And now the teacher is mad at them.
Yeah, but they're giving the game of their life. So, I mean, they don't have a very strong advantage, but their items are not too shabby. Like, they got the timing on the Ursa right for the Battle Fury. Things are smooth sailing towards the BKB, but they're definitely lacking the collective effort. This draft is not really complementing their skills. It's not complementing their playstyles. They're playing a little bit too by themselves, and what they can do individually.
Yeah, the team
Finally,
fight
that
is
tier
there,
three
and
mix.
the team fight is there in theory, but it's so reliant on that puck to be able to initiate, on that puck to be the one to go in, and every time he tries to, he just gets eels. It's just like boop, fly up with the tornado, and down you go.
Yeah. And again, they're really forced to react. So, the macropire had been used in a couple of instances, just defensively or to take down a single hero. Dream Coil, oh, let's see what happens. Beautiful jump, arrow is dead. And can they find somebody else? It's gonna be Sanskrit once again. Both supports, first to be claimed. But yeah, Dream Coil used defensively. The only aggressors are not really having their favorable playing fields to work these things all together. Even though the Ursa has been looking decent, the Timber Saw as well, but look at this, they're not fighting all together. They've used up almost everything. BKBs and pretty much the lives of their supports has been lost as well. So let's see if this jump is going to be the final one. Morel finds resonance. He is burning by the urn, but he's not going to fall. Meanwhile, Bottega gets taken down by Shock. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Start playing together. You have a very strong draft that you've been building up to this moment, but you gotta show for it, otherwise this game is gone.
I mean, that did cost them a buyback, though I do like that they specifically hold onto the buyback until none of the big ultimates are there. Because the main reason why Bottega has not died a single time previously is that every time that he's about to go down, one big ultimate gets committed. Either the Shadow Demon slows down whoever's about to kill the Lifesteal and Lifesteal walks away, or that Fiend's
Yeah.
Gate comes out and Underlord is there providing the aura, or they drop the Golems. With all three of those not being available, they can finally kill Bottega for the first time all game.
Yeah, but let's see if they have a chance to do it again, because, I mean, this was also a very granted situation. In Yellow Submarine, after their mid lane success, they thought they could do it again without the Aegis, without anything of that sort. And yeah, they used up everything for the prior support kills, which has definitely thinned the lines of defense for Team Stels, because next team fight, they mustn't lose the Jakiro and the Lion. They gotta commit as a team. And they're waiting for Roche, who should be back in about 30 seconds, but Yellow Submarine, they're eyeing on that opportunity as well.
Both teams set up near the Roche pit. Yellow Submarine, though, they're looking for an initiation rather than just the Roshan. Team Stels don't know where they are, but they know that they must be nearby.
Yeah. I love how, the wards are placed on completely different roads. So, Yellow Submarine, they had idea of one path, Team Stealth on the other, but now they have zero information, given that both their wards are gone. Yellow Submarine, with the defensive smoke, they're anticipating Team Stealth to jump at him. But oh, actually, they're gonna commit. Look at this Prowler Shaman just jumping into the backlines along with the Pit of Malice. Arrow instantly destroyed. They're looking at Sanskrit. This could be a big one. They already have one support down 70 seconds, and it's gonna be the other one as well. Sanskrit's TP won't make it through.
Yeah, that's just a
Easy,
waste of
Roche.
100. Because at that point, what's it called? The Elder
Sorry.
Satyr, the Elder Satyr leader. Like, you know that he has a root. I'm not sure why you would ever TP there.
I don't know.
That's specifically why Lifesteal has been waiting for that Tormentor to kind of run into the backlines just to make sure he can keep supports there. Because Lifesteal is such a fast hero anyways. It's kind of his team needing to catch up to the kills that's slowing Bottega down. So going into a fast creep with a root is always the perfect solution to that problem.
Yeah, and at this point he's already strong enough, so once he gets that little, quick taxi service, he's able to execute swift and easily. Not sure if I think he had the Amplify rune during that entire team fight, which made things even better. And now with the Aegis granted, we're looking at another set of racks.
Yeah, Aegis is there, 9-second BKB is there for the Lifestealer. He's got everything he could ever want for.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna possibly do that classic move. Once the Aegis falls, you just swap back the BKB. He wants to go in for the outpost, but his team is forced to fight Mirel. He's gonna finally down, possibly with the second usage of the Finger of Death. But Xenon, super low, he's on the run. BKB is still helping him survive along with the Lotus Orb. And oh, a beautiful jump forward. He's gonna get onto high ground, but same cannot be said for his supports as Arrow gets caught up. Sanskrit once again. Mechta dies down by the hands of Resonance, so it's a little bit of a something, but he already dropped the Golem, who is wrapping up what they've done down the mid lane. Can they go for more? Shock, jumping in, he gets a lock onto Infernal, but he's stick. Oh, one more proc off the Pit of Malice. It's gonna get Shock locked into place. Ursa in the air. They're burning, but it's gonna be Shock that burns in his metal armor. Xenon still with the chase. Infernal, beautiful turnaround once again. Just a single Pit of Malice and proccing twice. Like, look how well he's placing that ground control. Every single time the Pit of Malice catches the hero twice.
They got the bash as well, so a lot of extra work kind of being delivered by the Lifestealer. So yeah, the synergy coming in between the Underlord and the Lifestealer every time he places a pit, well, leads to a 2-kill. But one thing that I really like and think is worth pointing out on is the Nullifier on the Underlord. Because he deliberately used it into the Lotus Orb, knowing full well that he may die, but he guarantees his team a kill.
But he didn't, which is the best part. Like Infernal, he had a couple of near-death experiences there, but he was completely fine, and every single time he turned around, he just, you know, set the course for yet another kill. And both the last two, Xenon dying and Shock dying, they were pretty big. They will find problems, however, but Resonance, the second he shows himself, he's instantly initiated upon. BKB for the run, Sanskrit, he may burn. No, actually, he's gonna be fine. Reaches the fountain, but nothing is stopping Yellow Submarine currently. They took down another set of racks. Mechta has been pushing bottom side, so they can close in yet another tier 3. But no, actually, Ursa will be back in 20 seconds, so just give it a break.
I mean, one push and it's over, because I don't think even with the Ursa and his Battle Fury, defending against Megas is gonna be feasible, simply because of one Fiend's Gate being needed to end the game then.
Yeah. And especially if they venture too far out, they can just jump in at the throne directly. Tormentor number 3 is gonna go for BO3. So now we have the Infested and Stronger, like open wounds to everybody who gets caught up in the Infest bomb.
Yeah, that's mostly a blessing for Infernal, because Infernal can really use the extra survivability. He went for a very greedy, very high damage kind of Underlord build, so I think the extra life steal is gonna help keep him alive a ton. We're gonna see a 5-man smoke from Team Stels as well, as Team Stels, they're still not out of this. They may be outdrafted, they may be up against their hardest kind of matchup just yet, but they're not giving up.
Of course. And that's always a good sign. And even yesterday, these guys, they're not gonna call it until the throne is down to 0 HP. So that's already something to, you know, it's something to, never mind. There's the jump. Instant taxi service, Bottega and Mirel. Instant latch onto Xenon, and they're gonna take him down. Pit of Malice, catching both supports, Arrow, Sanskrit. Shock is trying to fight them off, but everybody is falling. This could be the last one.
Oh, that was so sad for the supports too. Because Lion and Jakiro, they threw all of their spells trying to get at least one return kill there, and Underlord was just like, nope, BKB, and ignored the Lion Finger, ignored the Jakiro dual breath liquid fire combo. Didn't take any of that damage.
Yeah, but eventually they had to call it, even though they were holding on really strong even with the losing draft. Yellow Submarine, they were just, as you said earlier, one team fight short of a victory, and it did prove to show. So yeah, stable, all together. Yellow Submarine, they've been around for quite a lot. Not sure if they've been playing around this player composition for quite a while, but they're good.
Oh
Team
yeah, they
Stels
have. This has been the same lineup for like half a year now. Not quite, but like 3 seasons at the
yeah,
very least.
could be. But yeah, for Team Stels, I love their playstyle. I love how dedicated they were to their heroes. They exactly knew how to play them, but even the same thing that she said during the drafting stage, these guys are not falling short on skill, far from it, but they're falling short in terms of drafting. So they either should take a page off of what Yellow Submarine had to offer, what Winter Bear offered yesterday, and they should play a little bit more together as a team. Or they could find a way, if they're fine with working with 2, 3 sort of, small duo teams, trio teams to jump in and attack the enemy's team and prevent them from jumping into any big team fights, they could win this. But they gotta think one more step further than this. And of course, give us a game 3.
Well, I definitely hope so. I really hope that this break that we're going to will be used by Team Stealth to just kind of look at replays, to just kind of look at drafts, because a lot better teams than Team Stealth banned that Void Spirit against Mireille, and I think just going for a few respect bans like that could have prevented this disastrous draft from coming out. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to go for a little bit of a break while we get the second lobby of the day ready for you all here at the EPL Championships season number 2. We'll see you all in just a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, hello and welcome once again to the second game of what's only the first best of three of the day, where we got ourselves Yellow Submarine and Team Stels once again facing up against each other. And with me once again is the one and only base defender to lament the horrible role of this Largo in the current patch.
Yeah, I mean, we decided this was gonna be an opening statement. So there's two states of Largo which are appearing within the current, patch, within the current championship at the same time. One, it's banned. B, once picked, instantly counteracted by Razor. So,
No winning
Yellow
for the
Submarine,
Largo.
yeah. But I do like it's a very interesting combination that they brought in for supports, which is not something that we see every day. Even though the meta is still, shaking, it's trying to find its ultimate form, and I hate when that state reaches. So that's why we're getting interesting combinations such as Ogre Magi and Grimstroke on the same side. What do you make of this? Is this like the best way you can keep up the pressure onto Largo? Just so he's not gonna be able to have any type of a laning game?
Not just for the Largo, but yes, because they combine pressure on the Largo together with teamfight, because this is a mistake that teams make, and that mistake is common enough that it still justifies picking Largo very deliberately into the Razor. Because you don't just need to shut down the Largo, you also need to take away the teamfight benefit from the Wind Ranger, from the Ember Spirit that the Largo is going to give them. And I think the Centaur Warrunner ultimate and the Grimstroke ultimate are both two perfect tools to do that.
Yeah, which makes me even a little bit conflicted about. Sorry, I just did. About the Ember Spirit picked into the Grimstroke, because Grimstroke, he does have a bunch of beautiful spells for the setup. We've seen the Inkswell with the hoof stomp being used up at one point very predominantly just to have that layering of lockdowns for the kill to be brought in. But with the Soulbind, that's where you have a bigger problem here, because both Wind Ranger and Ember Spirit want to get the hell out of there and want to run away, which you can control them. Like, this guy, he's gonna have a remnant setup, but he's not gonna be able to break in and go to it, That's gonna be awkward.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite hard to manage the team fights right now. Though I do love the Lion. I'm really sad that the Lion doesn't go through, because I think the Hex and the Disable that the Lion, or even the Shadow Shaman, but I much prefer the Lion, offer the Wind Ranger, kind of helps counteract that. That way at least the carry can press that Wind run herself into the backlines, and actually do work with the Focus Fire. So taking both of those supports out makes sense. Which do you think it's gonna be instead?
I mean, I'm still reconsidering who's gonna go where, because I was perceiving Wind Ranger as a support, and there's also Largo being an option as such, so you can bring in something stronger. But I wouldn't put my money on a Wind Ranger carry. I don't know why. In this team composition, it's gonna be really difficult for her to persevere. So I would roll her back as a support and get something a little bit more aggressive and annoying as a carry. But let's see.
Good call.
Yep, it's gonna.
I don't disagree with that
It
statement,
feels
actually.
right.
Yeah, it does feel right. Just the Wind Ranger, she feels like she's having such a hard game when the two supports that can give her a good lane have already been taken out.
Yeah, now even mid lane is countered, because Storm Spirit is always going to be the natural counter to Ember Spirit. So, only person who I've seen in EPL who was able to win, and I'm not saying balanced out. Balanced out is the good scenario. Win a scenario as an Ember Spirit versus a Storm Spirit was Stoikov, and this was like 3 seasons ago. So, if Resonance can keep it balanced against Morel, it's going to be okay. But you need to get that extra benefit and, a lot more from. Morphling, he might have a difficult time kicking off, but he's falling down the line of, okay, I'm gonna be elusive, I'm gonna run away and stuff like that. But you have the Storm Spirit for the catch, you have Grimstroke for the catch, you have the Stampede with the Centaur, like Yellow Submarine, they can reach you in any way. And the output that you have is just gonna be brought to zero. So this is again a very difficult draft that Team Stels are playing. We could be wrong about this. I mean, I could be wrong about this if they find their duo/trio combination that they can rotate with, so they can shut down Yellow Submarine before they jump in with the big team fights. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at game one once again.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of here as well. Because I think Team Stels, they pick the Largo, they know Largo is gonna get Razor, they pick really good team fight with the Largo, which also adds a lot to the synergy. But after that, the team fight just kind of falls apart. Like, it's now a 4 Protect 1 draft, and I don't think it's good enough of a 4 Protect 1 draft, if that makes sense. Because I don't think Xenon on the carry is the issue, but I don't think these supports are gonna be that great at creating a ton of space either.
I don't want to say that the majority of Team Stealth's heroes are countered, but it feels like it. Even though if they have a good in-between synergy, if they're actively shut down and they have somebody from the course that they have to actively keep up and keep them back into the game, they're gonna waste so much time, and Yell's Submarine can very easily push in. I mean, they have the Razor, who's great for fighting, who's great for tower pushing. He's countering the Largo. He can easily destroy the Ember Spirit, is what I reckon. And on top of things, you have the Grimstroke and the Centaur Warrunner, which by themselves are such a annoying wombo combo to deal with.
Yeah, though, I don't know, like, I really hope Xenon can just go 3-0 in the lane, get a lot of burst damage, get a lot of that kind of kill potential rolling, because that's the one lane they're set to win here. So I think the Morphling just needs to go really hard so that he can leave the lane as early as possible in order to have a game. Because I always want my game number 3s, and Xenon here, he's in a perfect position to get us one.
I really do hope so. I mean, it's gonna come down to how the team are gonna perform as a whole. Because if they buy him the space, yes, Xenon can be raining chaos, but it's something that, oh, hold up, Yellow Submarine, they're gonna pay the primary prices. BO3 will be the first one to fall. But yeah, it's a good kickoff, so at the very least, if Yellow Submarine are unable to keep the pressure onto Morphling, Team Stels should do the same. So shutting down the Razor is theoretically a little bit more manageable than Morphling. But
Yeah,
we
like
have
in
still a lot more to
theory,
see.
Razor doesn't need to carry that hard though, so while I will agree that Razor is very easy to shut down right now, you don't just need to shut down the Razor, but also make sure to take away those galvanizers once Mirade starts to get them.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting. Even though we praised Razor about him being a very good counter towards Largo, do you think it may have been a bait to throw in the Razor as a carry? Because even though he's very versatile and great in all three core roles, I think in terms of carry, he's a little bit within the weakest spot. And currently he's being rained as one more time. Arrow is gonna fall, but he's also super low. Thankfully, Catch Lick is on cooldown. Shock. Went under the tower,
no.
Matchstick still keeping up the pressure. Ignite Blast gets Fire Blast in the very same second as level 2 on Ogre Magi. That's when your game begins.
Yeah, so the thing with Razor, ooh, nice power shot. Arrow perfectly lining up that
Razor
arrow.
who?
Much needed kill there, because I do agree Razor is a bit weak as a carry compared to some of these other meta staples, but that's not why people play him. People play Razor simply because of how fast he flash farms, and we're gonna see that kick into effect very, very fast once he has a few levels in the Storm Surge and max level Plasma Field. Because it's really the stacks, it's really how much money you can print with this new map that's making Razor good. The moment you fall off, the moment your stacks get stolen, you're screwed, but you're not supposed to have a good lane, you're supposed to be good at taking those stacks and then kind of catching up after you're out of the laning stage. So stealing his stacks, taking over his jungle is generally how you counter the Razor, and I wonder if Team Stels have the awareness to do that. Because in game number 1, I think the main reason they got outdrafted was the lack of awareness that Yellow Submarine have a really good Void Spirit spammer on their mid lane, leading to that very rough draft.
Yeah. And looking at the mid for a little bit, Miral is actively raining fire onto Resonance, and he got lucky a couple of times because he missed trying to strike from the low ground, but those were charged up stacks, so Resonance was able to walk away freely. But now it's the battle of the bottles, so in 1 minute they might be looking at striking once again. So, still, as long as Ember is alive, it's a decent sign. Meanwhile, Jakiro might be having a little bit of a problem topside.
He's
He was
fine.
forced out to use the self. Yeah.
Ye- Ooh, self-cancelled though, that's nice.
Oh.
Xenon made sure to step very nicely forward, kind of zoning away the centaur, because otherwise Jakiro would have died. But now, despite being low health, he's still gonna return the favor and harass the crap out of Infernal as best as possible.
I mean, as much as you're allowed to do that. Thankfully, the Centaur is still at level 3. He has the Hoop Stone and Double Edge, but now he can just amp up for the Retaliate and mitigate all of the incoming damage that Morphling has. But I will say, Centaur has plenty of options to go for as this game keeps on progressing. Bottega, however, will not, as Shock claims his life for the 3rd time in a row.
Beautiful
Are you
lick.
sure Razor countered Largo, or was it the other way around?
No, Razor count is Largo, trust me. It's just the first couple levels that are really rough, and I do love how Arrow, being super aggressive on that Wind Ranger, kind of keeps setting up these Razor kills while they still can. Because I promise you, at some point, like, Bottega is gonna be tanky, and then this lane is gonna look a lot different. It's just that all of the burst damage, all of the nuke that they have is magical in nature. Which is why Razor is having such a rough time, because he's one of the highest armor and health regen heroes in the game. It's the burst damage that he struggles against.
Yeah. I mean, it's also the facet being brought in, the power shot, like instantly executing low-level targets is great. Meanwhile, mid lane, we do have some aggressions onto Morel once again. He's gonna fend away from the Shikiro, but if he jumps out a little bit too far as such, without having any mana, things could go bad. He is burning, but he's safely under tower. Sanskrit pops the Fairy Fire a little bit too soon, so this could be an opportunity if Mech to close this in. Another power shot. This time it's not gonna yield it for a kill, but Resonance is dropping low. He is burning. He could fall here. Mechta needs one more strike. He's not gonna get it.
Resonance
35 HP.
holding his ground, that's perfect, because we've both pointed out how he's countered by the Storm Spirit. But even though he can't kill the Storm Spirit, killing his supports is possible.
Problems.
And that may just be another support falling into this mid lane, but Problem still has a Fairy Fire.
And also Arrow is still on G. He has the power shot. Now they see problems. He pops the Inkswell instantaneously, but there's the Shackle with the power shot once again for the execution.
Yeah, Wind Ranger just delivering the tempo right now. She is gonna fall off. She isn't gonna, become a great semi-carry or late-game scaling for that matter. But you don't need to. Right now, all you want to do is make tempo. And that's something that Arrow is doing an excellent job of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving what he's doing so far. And even interestingly enough, even after the triple takedown onto Bottega, he's still holding on quite well up the net worth, which, as you said, and you've praised earlier on multiple occasions, that this hero, as long as there's creeps on the map, it's pretty much going to be his for the taken. And currently, he is counteracting what Morphling is getting for free. So maybe once he gets the Eye of the Storm, he's bound to be a little bit more destructive.
Yeah, Morphling, he needs like 2 items to farm at the same pace as the Razor. Because it's not like Morphling can't keep up. It's just that you need the Vladimirs as well as the Manta style, just so you're farming as fast as Razor is without any items. The other way around though, Morphling has way better late game scaling against this Razor if this is indeed a 40 or 50 minute game.
Oh, speaking of, Razor Bottega went in for a little bit of a deep dive. Now he's also empowered by the Bloodlust. But it was just a temporary distraction, as Yellow Submarine will secure both Shrines of Wisdom. And it's just going to be distributed amongst the supports.
Yeah, beat me to it, because I was about to say, Razor doesn't care. Razor is farming, so he can make space for his team, and that's exactly what he did there for that Wisdom. Really beautifully done. Because now, Bottega, he just goes back to farming, and he still has good GPM. Like, his GPM is never going to be something that you're worried about. The one thing that is becoming kind of worrying is how free Xenon is farming, though.
Yeah. And already, Team Stels are doubling down on their presence. They called in both supports to make sure he's secured. But Yellow Submarine, they're not throwing any attempts to take him down. They're looking at their own lanes. They're looking at their own, farming speed. Maybe they can go in for a kill onto Shock finally, because they've been trying to get a lock on for quite a while, and actually it's going to be successful. He's going to be a split second short of getting that TP through. But with the Eye of the Storm, it's not going to be enough. And yep, the Bloodlust as well. I love that spell just even as a level 1. It helps out the Razor so much, who's gonna soak most of your damage and just throw it back at you with twice the speed.
Yeah, Razor, one of the better Bloodlust targets. I think a lot of the current patch carries really benefit from it though. Like Drow Ranger as well, not that popular, but with the Bloodlust she's suddenly one of the strongest heroes this patch because of the way her ultimate works. Very fun to watch. As for this Razor, like...
Yeah, and also...
He's not gonna get shut down anytime soon. So I think Bottega, even though he's died 3 times in the early laning stage, at this point all he needs to do is make sure he doesn't get ran down, and instead with the ogre there, they're gonna turn it around.
Yeah, Shock did a little bit of a mistake there, getting him closer with the catch link, but they've raised alarms, so Resonance is gonna join in. They will try to strike at Mechta. This time the Eye of the Storm is not available, but backup is closing in from Yellow Submarine. They'll pop the Stampede, they'll find Mechta, they'll find Largo. So it's 1-for-1 so far. Arrow on the run, Resonance, Sunscreen, they're chilling at the Lotus Fountain. They have eyes on Bottega, who did manage to pop Eye of the Storm, but he's kind of left to his own devices, which is a little bit awkward. Now with 4 heroes raining on top of him, he's gonna fall. And now problems.
They even brought in the Razor, they even brought in the morphing on top of the Razor there. Very well done, because he can morph into the Razor, get a static link of his own, and steal that damage right back.
Yeah. And it's a good, you know, idea to have Xenon present just to amp him up a little bit closer. Like, you're taking down the Razor, your carry is getting a lot more impact, and it just amplifies how much of a free game he's had so far. 101. He should be getting the Vlads right about now.
Oh, but Storm Spirit just got killed off by Resonance, losing 2 of those precious galvanizers, and Resonance is even gonna get the tip for it because of that just being the biggest kill on the map right now. And Team Stels maybe, just maybe, enabling us for a game number 3 here.
We shall see. I mean, there's this little bit of a hint of Yellow Submarine being reserved because they haven't really moved much around the map. It's been Team Stels who have been actively calling these aggressions and punishing Yellow Submarine for their attempts. But yeah, we still have a lot more to see. Maybe Yellow Submarine are going to feel a little bit more aggressive once they get all together. Arrow pulled back with the catchy lick. This could have been bad if he got caught by the plasma field, but it's not going to happen. Still, it's an awkward positioning for Yellow Submarine as they're surrounded by 3. Sanskrit is looking on the side. He does not have the Ice Path, but with the Frog Stomp, they're able to slow them down just a little bit, but already supports are being super low. Sanskrit, Arrow, Shock, all 3 of them will fall. Beautiful use of the Stampede on top of things.
Yeah, I was waiting the whole time, because it was a decent surround attempt, but I was like, wait, I see that little green pip under the face of the Centaur. And I knew that freaking Stampede was gonna come out, because we've talked about it during the draft, just how good Razor with the Stampede is, to get right on top of people for that Eye of the Storm. And that's exactly what we'll see happen there. Yellow Submarine back in charge of this game. Even though Xenon is still having a free game on the Morphling at least, so he may or may not be able to give Razor a run for his money by kind of using his own static link against him.
I mean, if Yellow Submarine are able to shut down the course even further, then this Morphling will, even no matter how well farmed he is, he's not going to have the remainder of the team to play with. Largo is very close to Arrow in terms of net worth, which is kind of sad. Resonance is holding on quite well, and he's playing a little bit of a Void-inspired play, because usually we see Void Spirit preferring the Spirit Vessel as a first item, but it's a good item to have around either way, because you want to shut down the healing. You have to, well, 2.5 very chunky targets to deal with at the very start, so until you get the damage rolling, it's a great addition to have. But let's see, attempts are going to be made onto Infernal, who, like his safe lane counterpart, he's been having a very free game as well. I mean, minute 12, he's got a Crimson card.
Oh, that's really not too bad. Yeah, this Centaur, he is 0-0-4, so just from assist gold, he has managed to become that rich. Helping out at the right time, always pressing Stampede to keep people alive. Very well done, actually. As we're gonna see Xenon, though, roam over to the bottom lane, where they're gonna try to catch Bottega once again.
Uh-oh. I mean, Yeah, he's completely unprepared for this. Beautiful play from Resonance and from Sanskrit. Xenon is just gonna keep up the pressure onto tier 1 as the remainder of Team Stels. They want to commit for a match to kill. Frog Stomp, and it's like a mini cold snap combination that they have, like with the Spirit Vessel and with the Frog Stomp. Like he couldn't move from the spot.
Yeah, the frog stomp mini stun is really annoying. Like once you have a force staff or whatever, it's really easy to counter. So honestly, it still feels kind of underwhelming. Most of the time we see it, but of course, the one thing that Shaq is going for is going to be that Aghanim Scepter to enable a lot of damage to come off of those ultimates.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, speaking of force staffs, neither support is currently queuing up that item for completion. Ogre Magi has his eyes onto Hand of Mises, which is still, you know, one of the natural wielders of this item that gets a lot of benefit from it thanks to the multicast. And on the other end, the Grimstroke is going in for a Blink Dagger and a Scepter Rush, so those are very premium items for this support to obtain. While at the same time, he's risking that balance for and stability for Yellow Submarine within the incoming encounters, because Team Stels, they're pushing, they're aggressive, and they're utilizing their early game very nicely so the Morphling can get online on time. Meanwhile, Yellow Submarine, either they're looking past the mid game and they're refocusing their efforts onto the next stage of this and try to avoid conflict, or
I think
don't know.
so, yeah.
They're
Like,
thinking greedily, maybe.
well, not even greed, it's more so Razor has been shut down enough, despite the fact that he's still second in net worth. He's died 5 times. Razor has shut down enough where keeping him in the jungle for 5 to 10 minutes can never backfire. So making sure Razor can just farm up should be priority number 1, but knowing that Team Stels already on their way to contest.
Instantly shackled onto the edge of the map, into the Macropyre he stands, and he is gonna burn. Mechta looking like a target up next. I mean, look at this 5-man effort. They're sticking all together, and Morphling is getting all of these beautiful benefits. He got the Vladimir's offering, he's very close to completing the Manta Style, so those 2 items that he needs to try to close in on the Razor are already secured. And now he can be pretend Razor himself, you know, and just do some Razor shenanigans in between.
Sanskrit will be killed off by the Storm Spirit though. Storm Spirit still not having a bad game. Mirada, he made sure to shut down Resonance. It's all down to Xenon delivering the damage in these team fights right now, and knowing that Team Stels need to be very careful not to lose their Morphling out of position anywhere.
Yeah, and speaking of exactly how that is about to happen, Xenon he stayed into enemy territory a little bit too long. I don't think he even got the attribute shift off, so he's just gonna be shut down and cancelled
It's
by
just
Yellow
level
Submarine.
2.
Yeah, so it's not strong enough.
Yeah, I'm not a
Shocked
fan.
they don't see him?
A lot
Okay,
of
fine.
players do that because I think one of the main tier 1 Morphling spammers has enabled this build, but now every pro player always just skills 2 levels in attribute shift, and it bothers me so much because it can work, yes, but it's a situational build that more often than not doesn't pay. On mid lane though, Centaur.
Infernal? I mean, it's a nice positioning and they've done a very nice job to keep him locked into place, but he doesn't budge. He's got the Crimson Guard, he's got the Lotus, he's got 4 levels of Retaliate. He turned most of the damage back to its source, so it's fine. It's just a little bit of a wasted effort, but Yellow Submarine, they could use this as an attempt of their own, but yeah, Resonance with the Ember Spirit, he's very elusive, so he's just gonna jump back to safe space.
I kind of like what we're seeing though. Yellow Submarine, despite the fact that they're very far behind in kills, they make sure to respect both the Morphling and this Ember Spirit, because Largo is pretty much a non-issue for another 500 gold before the Aghanim Scepter comes out, and he becomes so much more annoying to deal with in the team fights.
Yeah. Now Yellow Submarine, they want to make a move of their own. However, even with the smoke up, scans are going to be dropped, so Team Stels, they are aware that there's something lurking within the vicinity. Sanskrit is going to be greeted first, and he's going to die between the 2 observer wards there. So this is gonna raise some alarms that Yellow Submarine, they do have information of what's going on here. But yeah, just one century is gonna settle that score. Still, it pushes Morphling away from a comfort zone, so that could be good for you.
Yeah, it's like all about Xenon's game, so reducing his farming speed is great. Killing him would be even greater, of course. But I don't think they're too worried about the Morphling anymore, just with how quickly he dies when gone on in a similar fashion to this Razor. It's really a game of who jumps the other's carry first at this stage of the game. And it's kind of going to take all the way until Razor falls off pretty late into the game for Morphling to really get an advantage from the matchup.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna move Team Stels that is down to the bottom lane, but they walked away with those Bottega kills a couple of times, so now Yellow Submarine, they're aware they need to fortify their presence around their carry. Even though he's doing a great job, they just, I mean, he's got the Bloodlust to have that a little bit of an amp up to be just a little bit faster, but they shouldn't allow themselves to lose him even further, because now every death is scarce. At the start, 4 or 5 deaths, they're fine to manage, because again, it's a Razor, you're not shutting him down permanently. But Morphling, he's becoming a big problem, and now he might be granted 2 kills for free, as Morel and Problems, they're lurking down the top lane. But thankfully they're gonna walk out of vision. And it's close to the Tormentor time, so it's time to contest this. Team Stels, 4-man smoke.
No. If you're
Yo,
Stels, I'm
Submarine
gonna
did.
say it right now. If you're Stels, just run away. Just get back. You saw what Infernal did on the mid lane. That was without the Stampede pressed. He has Stampede locked and loaded up, and he's actively baiting them all.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I mean, they see the big guy, they see the big horse, but they cannot reach the Tormentor themselves. The second they get too close, they're gonna be caught up. Hoofstomp bait there. It's not gonna connect, but they will pop the Ice Path. Soulbind, both the Shock and Sunscreen. There's the jump. Vortex onto 2 targets. Jakiro is gone. Arrow. Oh, they got Xenon on the other end. Inkswell, it is gonna pop. Will they get the Hoofstomp in time?
Nope. Searing Chains to the rescue.
Nope. With the double edge, you're not canceling the TP. Yeah. I mean, 3 for the price of none and a free Tormentor. It's a good trade-off for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah.
Finally, a very strong presence on their end.
I mean, that's still a horrible fight to take for the side of Stels, because we're at the point where Razor's actually farmed. So right now, what they need to pay attention to is make sure that you never fight against the Razor when, like, Stampede is there. And that's why I would have just gone back. If you see the Centaur stand like that in the top lane and you know for a fact he has Stampede, just back off. Wait until the Centaur ultimate gets pressed. Because now it's a 40 seconds where Stels can go for some very free kills, for some very nice pickoffs. But in 35 seconds that's already gonna end and we're gonna be threatened with another Stampede.
I mean, one might say that Infernal is, you know, feeling insanely comfortable in this game. Like, he hasn't really budged away from lanes. Like, even during that previous encounter, he was targeted by 3 players. They were throwing Macropyres, they were throwing everything. And look at this guy. Like, this is a huge flex play. This is a huge power play. Like, he doesn't care about towers. Nothing hurts him currently in the game. So it's impressive. And he has yet to build the pipe of insight. He has yet to build other items to keep the team protected, you know. But he... like, one more assist away from being a 007.
That does sum up his role in the game, kind of acting like that, you know, unconspicuous nice man Mr. Bond who has nothing to do with espionage whatsoever. As Mireille kind of kills off Sanskrit there. More galvanized for him as well.
Very swift. It was a swift execution. I mean, when you have the Grimstroke, and once you throw the Phantom's Embrace, somebody's gonna be really busy. Like when you have the Swarm from the Weaver, like you want to get that target off of you because you're gonna be detected. But it's a double-edged sword. The time it takes for you to get rid of that stupid ass unit, you're gonna have the Storm Spirit jumping on top of you. So all of his setup is being, you know, presented, and he can just do a lot of more devastation. Topside Bottega gets a free kill onto Arrow. And they even have... ooh, they have the Fire Shield as...
yeah, Ogre with that Aghanim's Shard.
That's very juicy.
He's printing so much money with the Midas. Like, I don't know, I'm starting to think it's 2-0, just because Morphling did not really snowball hard enough, right? He's not on top of net worth despite his team having made him so much space, having committed him into every one of these big team fights.
But no, they should have. They should have provided for more chances, but they've already done way too much. So Yellow Submarine, they were very avoidant from the early team fights. Like they could have doubled down at any given moment, and then possibly could have fed Team Stels a lot more. But when Team Stels jumped in for a kill, they only got one hero out of the trade-off, and they called in at least 4 or 5. So when you have that big of a share between multiple heroes, nobody is getting that extra benefit. So Xenon is still not at that point where he can solo execute. He's not able to solo carry this game. So I don't know what they're gonna be doing here, unless they have a miracle team fight revolving around the next Roche fight. Or actually, there hasn't been a Roche fight yet. Maybe there's a chance, but you don't have that good of a catch. You don't have the puck. You need to throw the Ember at the start, right in the middle of that team fight, who actually has been doing quite well. But Resonance is now going down that downscale where he needs that extra items. He wants to go in for the Scepter completion so he can be a little bit more effective, but that's going to cost him a lot of time and effort. And meanwhile, bottom side, we have Mirel locked in. He's dropping severely low. Actually, it's going to be a kill thanks to that power shot, but now they have Infernal right at their backs. Can they get the Centaur? It's going to take him some time. Yellow Submarine, they can use this as an opportunity if they want to defend him. But
They know
he's gonna be
Centaur
locked
is
in the ice
baiting right now, and I love how they first make sure to zone the Jakiro away so no Macropyre can come on out, because I think the plan was to Macropyre into the Centaur, and then teleport Razor bottom, and they couldn't do it because Jakiro got kind of zoned out, and then, okay, we can't kill the Centaur anymore, let's make sure to zone away all of the enemies first, and then bring Sanskrit back in again, which I think is such a beautiful move, right?
I mean, hopefully, if it gives you a chance, you know, to strike back at this game, is going to be more so beautiful. But it has a small chance. It has evened out the score, but it hasn't changed the net worth in any dramatic way. So Yellow Submarine, they're still riding on the high horse, literally, even though they lost their horse for the first time in this game.
Yep. Centaur is gonna be back with that scary ultimate, and before he even respawns, in comes the aggression.
Even though Arrow did attempt for a shackle save there, he is gonna lose his carry, his mid laner, and he will fall right beside him.
Save with what? Says Problems as he just executes Arrow, making it look so freaking easy.
I mean, Arrow did a splendid job at controlling the bottom lane, at trying to give Largo a very good lane, but Largo had, I mean, that lane was almost won by Team Stels by attempting to control the Razor, so maybe they have slowed him down, but currently he hasn't faltered that, you know, that much. So yeah, now you're having a big problem. It's gonna be Aegis onto Morale. I always prefer the Storm Spirit prioritization of the Aegis, just so you can have that jump and put him in a position out there so they can bait potentially the enemy side towards a kill. It feels a little bit dirtier, that's why. I guess I like it.
Yeah, same. Same. Like, it's the best Aegis carrier in the game still, even though Razor is the hard carry. If you lose your Razor, by the time he respawns, you're gonna lose the entire team fight. If you lose your Storm Spirit, by the time he respawns, he can be anywhere on the map.
Yeah. And plus, Razor can be raining on top of you because already as Team Stels, you need to expend a lot of resources for a single target takedown, let alone facing off the entirety of the team. And we're not even speaking about Infernal, who, after so many attempts, he finally got taken down to 0. Now he's gonna be coming back even more so effective with the Workhorse ability, but it's gonna take some time for that. And I love the fact that he didn't even think about getting boots the entire game. He just has the wind lace and is just Stampede. Like, it doesn't matter. He's here for kills. Jumps in onto Resonance, hoof stomp. There's Morel joining in. They're gonna throw him into Air Jill just a little bit, and oh, it's gonna be a mistake! Wait, who did that? Oh, it was the Yos. Oh, it was Resonance. He saved himself. Okay, that's good then. It was not a badly played Yules.
So Centaur can no longer get boots with horsepower, by the way. They changed that in the last big patch.
Ugh.
Like, you cannot
because of
get
the
boots.
strength.
It no longer stacks with movement bonuses from boots. You can press Alt and hover over the ability and it will tell you that. They've changed it when this map came out, basically.
Okay, so that's really good news. I mean, it's a one item not needed for Centaur, so you can. Who needs boots anyways?
Yeah, because I remember the old horsepower as well, where you would go power treads just for the extra strength, just to get more movement speed. But they changed it to where you instead replace your boots, but just kind of sacrifice your early game for it. That's why, despite having a perfect lane and playing amazing Dota, Infernal didn't get basically a single kill.
Yeah. But yeah, good reminder of what things have changed during the patch, which is interesting, by the way, because of the symbol. When you alt over horsepower, it shows you horsepower as an innate ability, but where you already have rawhide as the current one. So it doesn't change. It just stacks over it, right?
No. So the horsepower is the facet, and rawhide is the innate ability.
Yeah, but when you alt over horsepower, it shows the icon as the innate.
Oh yeah, it does. That's
That's
interesting.
that's the conflicting part. Like, does it replace it or goes over it? That's the confusion. I need to double check that.
No. It's no longer anything to do with the innate. It's just they accidentally left
Okay.
the innate logo there when you press Alt. I did not even know that, because apparently it's just an oversight on the parts of our favorite small indie company.
I mean, it's a small UI bug. Nobody will notice except people who've been paid to do this. I'm still suffering from my days in QA. I cannot enjoy games anymore, man. I get so agitated because of a bug or something of that sort. Meanwhile, the chase is on after a very long smoke attempt for finding somebody. It's gonna be Sanskrit who's gonna be caught up by Yellow Submarine. Rest of the crew, they're on the run, but little do they know where Arrow and Shaq are hiding, even though Infernal, actually he's gonna find Arrow lurking across the trees. TP out, it's not gonna be successful. A long-range Morale is gonna jump in, throw in the Vortex very last second. No Shackles, no Gale Force is gonna save your life.
2 for nothing, and the Aegis is still there for Mireille for a little less than a minute. So while they do have to hurry on up, Storm Spirit, he can spend all of his mana freely, knowing full well that he's about to get it back anyways.
Yeah, it's fine. And plus, remember when they were doing like these shenanigans? You know, either you get a region rune or you're waiting for your Aegis to expire just to jump from one place from the map onto another. And when they had I think it was the previous Scepter upgrade when he was leaving a remnant. Or I think now it's been added into the talent tree at level 25.
Yeah, it's been level 25 for a while. So it's been like over 2 years with the Electric Vortex being as it is.
You mean the Ball Lightning?
No. I mean the Aghanim's
because I
upgrading
was
the Electric
talking about that.
Vortex. Because
Yeah.
it's like 3.5 years ago where the automatic remnant from the Ball Lightning was an Aghanim. I think even like longer ago. It was during freaking Corona.
Yeah, I think it was around the same time where they brought in the Sinister Gaze from Lich, so the AoE Electric Vortex, yeah. It's been around for quite a while. I generally like that spell, and that's why I miss out on Scepter being prioritized on so many occasions.
Same.
Team Stels with the smoke wraparound.
I'm kind of saddened that the reason why nobody builds it anymore is it's now individually affected by status resistance.
Ugh.
So it's still just 2 seconds, it doesn't gain any extra duration, so that's why it's just not worth building anymore. If it was like upping it from 2 to 2.5 seconds of pull, I think it would be a lot more worthwhile to build.
Well, while Team Stels were attempting to find the smoke gang, Yellow Submarine have been ringing up their base and forcing them all to return just to die into the crossfire. Xenon, Arrow, Sanskrit, and Larga are all about to fall, and it's kicked off in a very beautiful initiation where the second target started to TP in, because it's quite predictable when you're trying to defend a tier 3 where you're about to land. and a swift jump coming in from Morel did isolate Largo at the start, and they literally crossed paths with the Morphling, who pretty much jumped into the middle of the team fight and died right after. Resonance will be the last one to fall as BO3AGI goes in for the deep dive. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 33 minutes in, 24 on to 15 with 19k net worth difference favoring Yellow Submarine, as they might as well close this game, well, right after this upcoming team fight, which is going to be quite limited for Team Stels, as they need about 30 more seconds to fully regroup.
Yeah, like, even if there's still one tier 2 tower left over, I think it's gonna be GG, just because this Centaur, he has done way too much work, and Infernal with the ultimate, pressing that in a kind of tactical fashion, has just been doing way too much here every single time.
I mean, again, it's this collective effort, which is bringing Yellow Submarine in a very strong advantage. I mean, again, no shame, no shade on Team Stels. They're playing really nicely, but they gotta get a little bit of a hive mind mentality and work a little bit together, because they need to work as 5. Mirel, once again with the jump, attempts by Shock to save his buddy, which is, even though he didn't get him across the wall, he got him far enough with the catchy lick.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I'm kinda sad for the side of Team Stand, who are doing a very, better job of holding their own compared to game number 1. But I still think it's for such a large part down to the draft. Because while this Morphling swap was a very clever response, you kind of got one, haha, we outdraft you in on Yellow Submarine, whereas Yellow Submarine have all of the combos, all of the synergy that they were looking for pretty much uncountered.
Oh, beautiful long range jump from Infernal. And I mean, just having that hoof stomping swell wombo combo, it just gives you at least one secure kill. And now with the team fight keeping up, problems seen on Shaq, all of them will fall one by one. Team Stels, they're losing their defenses. They're gonna be losing this tier 3 as well. But yeah, they weren't able to control anybody. Infernal, once again with the jump, Resonance tries to get into the backline to punish Mechta, but Mechta is, no, I'm too tanky. Instant buyback, Resonance, he's determined for the punishment. Finally manages to catch Sanskrit. Well, Mechta, but Sanskrit dies right after. Buybacks from all the sides.
BO3AGI.
Largo jumps in, tries to push against BO3AGI, but BO3AGI with the Eye of the Storm, with the Static Link, with everything, with the BKB up, he's chasing targets down. Sanskrit has fallen for a second time. Resonance, jump in, Shock, Infernal, he's gonna get him, but beautiful run away there with the hot feet hustle. But it's gonna be enough. There's only 3 heroes left remaining on the defense lines. Gale Force, Infernals, pushed back. They're trying to catch the big horse, but even if they do, no damage is coming through.
Yeah, and they
Only
just
one hero
reset.
will be lost from Yellow Submarine.
Teleport Razor back to the base to get full everything, have the Grimstroke brought in. Late game, see, that's what I mean, late game, as long as the game goes long enough, in theory, Yellow Submarine should lose this, but there's one lane of Rex left. Now, well, we're finally at the point where Xenon is kind of on par with the Razor, right? He has a 50-50 matchup with BO3AGI. He's not gonna win the carry versus carry fight by any means, though, so it just feels like everything is coming online too late here.
Yeah. And it's a nicely timed reset coming in from Yellow Submarine, as Roche is up once more. And that's the final ingredient that they need for one definitive push. I don't know. I don't know what Team Stels can do here. They're losing targets in a very awkward timing, so even if they try to jump in as 5, their supports get instantly shut down. Morel is doing an insanely good job at jumping back and forth, and even the Grimstroke. Like, we've seen so many soulbinds just preventing Team Stels from going anywhere. But let's see, the time is now. They're gonna walk in here, like, no smoke, no nothing, but it's gonna be a nasty surprise if they jump in as it's only Infernal and BO3AGI waiting inside the pit. And Infernal, he has shown that you cannot take down a 5k horse that easily. Ice Path, Macrofire, they're dedicating everything, but it's to no avail. BO3AGI finds both Xenon and Sanskrit and takes them down instantaneously. Morel, picks up a bone with Arrow, but Arrow finds a way to TP out, but the game is over. GG is gonna be called as Team Stels will unfortunately be eliminated by Yellow Submarine, who are pushing further within the lower bracket of the European Championship 2 playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised by an experienced kind of classic team like Yellow Submarine getting knocked down this early. So now my expectations are high for them. They should not be dropping anytime soon, but they may be faced with some really strong teams shortly as their journey continues. Though, one thing that I was gonna point out that we didn't even have time for before the game ended is the Grimstroke Aghanim Scepter. The last two team fights, he won so hard just by having that Aghanims. I'm gonna check how much damage the Grimstroke has dealt. Because in the last two team fights alone, he did like 5,000. He dealt more damage than the Ogre, despite Ogre constantly igniting people just with the Aghanim Scepter and the illusions being that good. Though, for me, the MVP is definitely gonna be Infernal, right?
Yeah, super chill game from Infernal. I mean, he knew as a centaur that he had like he had a very free early game. He kept an active check on to Xenon. He didn't fall for a single time until like what 25 minutes into the game. But funnily enough that you mentioned the damage dealt, Infernal problems and Mechta are very close around the 14k mark. Look at Xenon's damage. I don't want to say it,
Ooh,
but
yeah.
it's sad. The highest damage output came from Resonance, which was at 23k, compared to Mirel and Bottega, who had 26 and 30 respectively. The output was not there. I mean, they had the control, they might have been able to keep up with the game, but lessons to be learned for upcoming seasons. Get a better draft, see what the other teams are picking and they're drafting. Just that one little component is gonna change so much for this team, because they're playing excellently as it is already. They just could either need a coach or some extra. I'm calling it player 6 to just wrap things all together.
Yeah, I do feel like that. Or one thing I love to suggest is bootcamp as well, because a bootcamp for an organization is a way of giving a 5-man stack that 6th player with them without actually hiring somebody else, right? So that I could also very much see here. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to quite a long break before the second best of 3 of the day is going to kick off.
Yep, and next up, what do we have? We have 2 more series for the day, so it's going to be Rune Eaters versus Team Lynx, and after that, we have Lixo Esports versus BTC Gaming. So, if I'm not mistaken, one is an upper bracket quarterfinal match, so one of these 2 teams are going to face off Winter Bear into the upper bracket semis, while the other one is once again going to be an elimination match.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after the break with the second best of 3 of the day here at the EPL Championships.
didn't have that much of a big advantage from the mid lane.
Yeah, he's going for
I
the
don't know.
Diffu Blade, so he wants to turn into a carry, but I do agree, you cannot hunt that greedily, though he didn't know that there was a ward on the bottom lane placed very sneakily next to the Dire Tower.
I mean, you're a Monkey King. You should be aware that you're always gonna be on the hunt. So there's no doubt in that. Golem is gonna be lost meanwhile down bottom, but oh, they're gonna lose both the Golem and the tower kill. So either way, space created. But with the Monkey, you either should play as a team if you don't have that big of a that significant of an advantage as such as we're seeing right now. Even though it's just QBFY, you need that extra layer for the kill. When you have that big of an advantage, then start hunting and do some random shenanigans. Because now, like, stuff like that is gonna happen, and you're gonna be actively tracked down.
Yep. Pretty good setup here to kind of, you know, even out the game, though Lynx realizing that will try to immediately go back to doing what they do best and just being hyper aggressive.
Yeah, they're gonna fight Anisan down the mid lane alongside with Ethereal. Melju. Well, Primal Beast on steroids. What's better than something very strong and dealing a lot of damage than it going really fast?
Well, if we look at the gold net worth distribution, you can see why the win rate is just like me, already super heavily favoring Lynx. Because Shadow Fiend isn't the problem just yet, but Jazzu most definitely is. It's not the like little bit of gold difference between those two. It's all of the XP and all of the space that Weaver gets for free, whereas Shadow Fiend's team has to work for it to actually give Yowei that farm.
Yep. And plus, he is closing in on getting the Maelstrom, which will make things even more so effective. Meanwhile, Yowei, he's under siege once again, put into the disruption, locked away from all sides. He will pop the Requiem. Nope, actually, he's not gonna. Vladik says no.
Yup, very nice kills there. It's just the one pick-off at the end of the day, but the return rotation did at least get a tier 1 mid tower for the side of Rune Eaters, who need some space given that they're already losing a lot of pieces of this map.
But an instant smoke, they will find a potential catch. They are unfortunately a miss out with Team the Beast, but still QBFY will be taken down. Unfortunately, they're not there in time to secure the tower of their own, but enough time is going to be granted to jump into a team fight, which is not going to last for long. Wukong's command popped in a very awkward fashion.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Team Lynx jumping in right after because it seemed like Vladik was lurking for a second there, but still too early for those big blink dagger plays.
Oh no, I think they could have gone for it if it wasn't for Jazzu deciding to teleport top, because I think Jazzu just kind of told his team, well guys, I go back farming, and that's when they backed off. Because they could have definitely turned it around, but in order to do so, you need to keep your Weaver in the fight rather than farming, and it's Jazzu's call to make, so I definitely agree with Weaver, kind of heading back to free farming, being 2-0, as long as he doesn't die. He's currently on pace to win this game very, very hard.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, it's smooth sailing for Team Lynx. I'm really curious what Rune Eaters are going to bring in as a response, because despite their losses, UI is still on a decent track to keep up with the farming, because unlike the Weaver, he has already level 4 on the Shadow Race, which makes his life even more easier, so now he wants to focus a little bit more on the Spell Amp. But he needs more to be in a fighting state. He needs the BKB, he needs something to avoid all the raining fire and all the active lockdowns that Lynx can bring upon him.
Yeah, because...
But eyes now are on Ethereal, which Vladik... is he gonna do something more about this? He's waiting for backup. QBFY is right around the corner. They're gonna bait out the monkey, but first they're gonna find Kidoro on the other end with the trample. Melju doesn't have the pulverize as he used it earlier, but gets Ethereal either way.
Yeah, Monkey King no ultimate. Without the ultimate he should not go fighting, but it was just literally 3 seconds off when he died. So he was hoping to changing of the guard out of there and just didn't get his ultimate off cooldown. That's always painful to see.
Yeah. It already throws another kill. It is Jesse going in for the deep dive. Kind of a dangerous game there, but as he already used up the time lapse, they'll pop the golem, but without any further lockdowns, he's gonna walk away freely. Yeah, Team Lynx are currently putting Rune Eaters in a very awkward position as their tempo is really on point. They're even though what's his face, Rune Eaters are trying to chase objectives, they're trying to find their place in on this map. Teamlings are actively pushing in, and they're getting a lot of value from every single encounter. And once again, they'll try at it. Beautiful catch, disruption, but they're still determined. They want to get QBFY.
Monkey King ultimate out as well. All of this just for one Shadow Demon.
Yeah, they could use this as a counter opportunity, but again, it's down to down to Jesu if he wants to join in. He says no, it's fine. They wasted so much time for QBFY, I can just go back to farming.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say the idea here from Rune Eater was kill QBFY so that you can kill everybody else when the save is gone. But they had to use all of the good resources to kill the Shadow Demon alone. So once you got all of your fun spells on cooldown, you may as well just back off and reset. Hopefully getting a better catch next time.
But still, it is some value going back to Rune Eaters because they've claimed all of the tier 1 towers. Yoi is a little bit left out to his own devices, so that means a lot of free farm and experience, which is keeping him still at the top of net worth, so there might be a chance for Rune Eaters to strike back once they're ready, but the rest of the course, they need some more. Anku is still looking at completing his Aghanim Scepter, which is about 800 gold away. The Diffusal Blade that we're waiting for is up and operational. Next up is going to be the BKB, so that's going to be at least 10 more minutes of avoidance. But let's see, Vladik, down bottom, caught in the Wheel of the Wonder. And it's going to be enough for a kill. But Pulverize closing in from the other side. Anku decides to join in with the Slower Guardian. Anisan pays the price, but they're keeping up the pressure. It's a big catch that they're having. Mellow Jewel is looking pretty low on resources. Not going to be able to trample away back to safety, and that's a huge streak being granted to Anku just like that.
Exactly what he needed to not just finish that Aghanims up, but also get the XP that he has been missing out on in his laning stage. Now almost level 2 Dawnbreaker ultimate with the Aghanim Scepter. About the best possible comeback equipment that you can have here if you're playing this Dawnbreaker. I wonder if it's gonna be enough, but I'm definitely hopeful now.
Yeah, good value for Yoi out of this. I mean, his last 5 minutes have been good. But let's see, there might be a chance for Team Lynx to turn this around, but instead they catch Anisan first. It's a good evasive maneuver for Yoi, but now he knows that Team Lynx know a little bit too much about this area.
Yeah, Weaver, he could have ulted and tried to go for Yoi there as well, but the D-ward was immediately placed, and Jesu knows darn well if they have vision on him and he cannot rely on Tsukuchi, it's better not to fight yet.
Yeah, and the worst thing that you want as a Weaver is for your time-lapse to be, popped prematurely. And that close to the still standing tier 1 means that Rune Eaters are not gonna back away from a golden situation to take him down.
Yeah, though the thing
He hasn't been stricken yet though, 4-0-0, but yeah, there's the time-lapse actually being used up.
Yeah, the thing is though, like, Weaver not dying is great, but if you get Yoi, it's so worth it. Because Yoi, like you pointed out, he's top of net worth, and even if Weaver is overtaking him, he's still got that massive teamfight damage. He's still got the ability to deliver most of the required damage in those big 5v5 team fights.
Yeah. And we finally have the bigger items rolling out. Blink Dagger should be complete on Yoi, and with the remainder of Rune Eaters, they're willing to show for it. But which one will be their first catch? QBFY shows himself down the mid lane. Can they make this jump is the big question without revealing way too much. QBFY, Anisan, in the river actually, Vladik will be the big kill that they're getting. The chase is on, Ethereal, Wukong's command, QBFY tries to fend himself off away from the Monkey King damage, but it's not going to be enough in the backlines. Chaotic Offering dropped onto Jesu, forced to run away, along with the remainder of the Team Lynx.
Jesu
a little bit short-handed.
Away very well as the Roshan becomes the next target.
Yeah, the one thing that Rune Eaters are definitely lacking here is that consistent lockdown, especially if Anisan is taken out of the picture, but eventually they can look into the option of getting a Gleipnir or something of that sorts. But first is this Roche contest that they need to focus on. They drop him down to less than 50%. Ooh, that's a big one. Yoi he's gonna take down Jesu into the backlines as the Primal Beast was a little bit preoccupied of what was going on into the river, so he lost sight of his carry.
Yeah, and where's the X when they need him the most? Well, he's still farming up as he doesn't have that Blink Dagger, having spent all of his money to become tankier. So this Roshan, it looks like it's actually gonna go the way of Rune Eaters here.
Yeah, I mean, attempts were being made for a contest, but it didn't work out. But I don't blame Vladik. I mean, he was the first one to be the center of attention. As he got up, he got caught in a very unlucky fashion down the river, so he knows that if he jumps in once again, he's gonna die, so roll back, keep up with the farm. I do appreciate his build though, like, there's a lot of early damage that Rune Eaters are throwing at you, so Vanguard and Blade Mail are gonna reflect some of that when it's still available, but not if you get caught up by yourself, so... If it were a 5v5 contest, it would have been 10 times better for Team Lynx, but not this time.
Yeah, a 2k gold lead will be maintained for the side of Rune Eaters. And Team Lynx, once they no longer have the lead in terms of being able to win fights, that's usually where the games are looking rough for them. So Lynx now back to 50-50 chance to win this game. I still prefer their draft, but it's not all about the draft. If another big Requiem, if another big Monkey King ultimate can land, it will be plenty for winning another team fight.
Yeah. And in the meantime, I mean, finally they got the chances to deliver because they're... You know, they've used up the Chaotic Offering in a good fashion. They have used up the Impalement Axe as well. Because they don't have that, you know, solid, concrete, swift and easy lockdown to, you know, keep up with the catch. If they fail to execute on the first try, it's gonna be bad. But now they have the damage jump, which is working out in their favor. Next point of interest will be to get those Gleipnirs, and I already believe that I saw the Ringmaster. Yeah, he's got the Rod of Ados to make things even better. So in this manner, he can start feeding Yowai more and more so. And the fact that he caught Jesu during that previous encounter, it means a lot. Means that Jesu, he's still somewhere between getting those bigger fighting items and still being within the farming state. So we have still a lot more to see from this guy.
Yeah, Yoa is the one that kind of, once he has that BKB, that's gonna be his hit or miss timing, because he's opting for a Silver Edge after. But I do think with a big BKB reveal, he can definitely do it. So I think that's gonna be the timing that everybody's gonna play around for right now.
I mean, once he has the BKB, things are gonna be far more manageable. But how much will the BKB help you out is the big question, because almost everything pierces through spell immunity. You can still get pulverized, you can still get dunked. I'm not really a super fan of the BKB, yeah, but it's a Shadow Fiend that we're talking about, so he might have a good benefit out of it, not to be, what's his face, disrupted and stuff like that.
Yeah, the
that
first
already makes
two
a big difference.
BKBs need to land. I agree with you though. I don't like BKB as an item on those squishy heroes, because even with the magic damage reduction while it's active, you can still die. So I think the main idea here is you just gotta land the first or the second BKB Requiem combo. Because once you do that, you're effectively kind of already lifting up your team and pulling them back into this game, as Kidaro instead is going to get ran down by the Weaver and just absolutely obliterated.
Poor positioning there on the Warlock. But it does deliver a very nice message to the remainder of Rune Eaters that Team Lynx, they are stacked up and they might as well make a move. So they better get a good read out of this because they could be losing a lot of valuable heroes. Anku caught up first within the Pulverize, but Yowai jumps in right in the middle of things. Beautiful Requiem delivery. Pops Vladik, pops Cracker, even though they lose the monkey in the process, but they were able to chase away Team Lynx. Even though they're still pushing, Jesu jumps in, but forced to use the time-lapse as he wanted to fight versus Yowai. But he needs to count his chances as Anku is still alive and trying to chase him off the swarm. She's ticking, Mellow Jewel jumping in, now we have Kidoro back into the equation, pops the Chaotic Offering, they have a lock onto Jesu who already used up the time-lapse and he is dead. Mellow Jewel forced on the run.
That was an okay fight, but they should have left it at a 3v3. Now, of course, they don't have the information we do as casters, but Kidaro coming in with the ultimate there really ruined Jesus' day, and Yowai is now so far ahead of this Weaver, it's actually getting pretty ridiculous.
Dire's middle
I mean, they were pulled into a fight that they weren't ready for. I mean, Anku was the ideal target because she was not able to pop the Solar Guardian on time. They expended a lot of resources in her takedown, so even though she played a target dummy for quite a long time, it was just I wouldn't say a lucky setup, but you know, they picked up a couple of good targets at the very start, but Rune Eater still persevered, and they just lost the Aegis due to, you know, 5 minutes, so
Yeah.
it's a good effort.
Rune Eaters, they will need to capitalize on this lead that they currently got going. Though I'm kind of sad that we've seen Weaver just get obliterated twice, and both times was by Yowai, right? That's the worst person to
Oh.
die to, basically.
And speaking of, Yowai attempts are being made to take down QBFY, and this is a little bit of a ballsy move here from DSF. Pops the BKB, will provoke the remainder of the group to chime in. There's Anku
Dawnbreaker
jumping
to the
in.
rescue.
Pulverize is not ready, so Anku will need to sacrifice for Yowai's mistake here.
At least they got QBFY, but yeah, Yowai makes the mistake. His supports are immediately on point. The offlaner sacrificing himself.
Real, Logic, they rooted up the axe. Wukong's command is gonna be popped. This, okay, is a change, even though they did overcommit here with the Requiem as well, but they have eyes on Jesu, who has the time lapse, but they don't have the vision, and they went completely in the wrong direction. Let's see if the remainder of the crew keep up with the pressure. Fatal Bonds. Oh, Jesu, look at the damage output.
Nope, Omni Knight ult.
Ooh, from the boat. Yeah, but the Boundless Strike damage with the Fatal Bonds was just insane, and they're still fighting things off as time lapse had been popped, and they still are willing to keep up the pressure. Ethereal with the late BKB. Now he's the one forced to run because they don't have Anisan, they don't have Anku yet. But again, they turned this around.
Oh.
And they just pretty much take down everybody in the process.
They could have gotten Ethereal too, but Shadow Demon standing in a line with his teammates just gives him that full heal Boundless Strike on the Monkey King.
I mean, like, the damage that Jesu received from that one strike with the Fatal Bonds was just absolutely disgusting. Like, the fact that this guy has a built-in Mega Armlet with the Boundless Strike just makes him super insane.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking fun though. That's something you're supposed to play around. And I think that Lynx, they may be panicking a bit, they may be tilting a bit, because that was just positioning. If they had coordinated better as a team, like, hey, I go to the left, you go to the right, that wouldn't have happened, and he got it twice in the same fight.
Yeah. And now they lost 2 tier 2s for it. They could go in for a third one, or maybe they could find Vladik on the way, because with 2 heroes trying to cut that wave, it's an opportunity that Runeers can get, and right now they are looking super strong. They got the Blink Daggers, they got the Silver Edges, they got the BKBs. They're opting in for a Lincoln Sphere on the Monkey, which, I mean, they're quite limited on the single target spells, but it feels like a better addition compared to the BKB.
Yeah, just make Monkey impossible to kill. Given how well that last team fight went, I think this is the perfect approach. Dawnbreaker looking to go for the Shiva's guard as well. Now everybody is kind of assuming that they can end this game within the next 10 minutes, judging by the items they're building, because Shadow Fiend is about to get 6 slotted.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a lot more items that he can get. I mean, I wouldn't consider a Falcon Blade to be your late game item of yours. But, they're already pressing too much onto Team Lynx, even though they're still in a position where they can potentially return. Again, as you said, it's a matter of positioning. If they find the right angle to intrude for the next team fight, which could possibly happen after the next Roche spawn, they might have a chance to strike back, or at least obtain some presence across the map, because they've only taken 1 tier 1 tower, which means that there's barely any map control in their favor, and there's a lot of gold for them to take very late. Okay, correction. Now they took the 2nd tier 1.
Yeah, this action is speeding up a nice deal, and it's funny how Lynx, they were so far ahead, they were doing so well, but the moment Shadow Fiend started joining the team fights, they have been losing ground ever since, and they're gonna lose QBFY just as a little bit of added insult to injury.
Anisan just who showed himself a little bit too soon. This is gonna... Oh, that's a time lapse for the save, but he's still walking under vision. Boundless Strike for the stop Requiem. They're gonna try to push him back, but a beautiful use of the BKB still. It's not gonna be as beautiful as Jesu had anticipated. Cracker trying to run up. They're gonna pop the Golem to prevent the TP from going through. Eyes on Cracker. He's still healed up from the Guardian, but it's not gonna be lasting for long. This sets a beautiful course for the second Roche takedown.
Yep, Roshan back up for business. It gets up, it roars, and it will immediately start taking 700 and more crit damage to the face.
Yeah, that's absolutely disgusting, but yeah. One wrong time lapse a little bit too soon, and it caused Jester's life. I mean, he showed himself in a very bad place. Like, yeah, I could take Anisan, this is a very easy kill, but he completely forgot that there's an entire lane and an entire set of vision that it could be used against him. Once he time-lapsed, it was right under a sentry ward, and the rest is history. Now, Rune Eaters are knocking at Team Lynx's door. They have the imps, they have the creep wave closing in, and they do have, I believe, yeah, they have the
value.
attack speeds. Yeah. QFI, that's right.
Like, if he would have gotten the setup there, it would have been huge, but that was such a good moment to reveal the Lincoln Sphere, because that's going to be another 30 seconds of free pushing for the side of Rune Eaters.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is a very big asset in the defense of this, even though they're putting their best effort to try to chase away at least the wave with the Swarm. But they gotta be careful, at least bottom side, it is pretty secure, so...
I mean, everyone's
There's
gonna
not much
back
of a
off
push
for now,
potential.
but 4 minutes left on the Aegis. I think that means GG for sure. It's just a matter of time, unless there's a really big mistake, and that's kind of why they're not calling it yet. That's kind of what they're hoping for here, right?
Yeah, I mean, as much as we said that these two teams are very interesting, the higher they rise, the easier it is for them to fall, because sometimes they can fall down the line of having some impulsive plays like they're in the middle of a pub. I mean, it is fun to watch, but sometimes it could lead to devastating consequences for either side, and we've seen winning teams be like, oh yeah, I can fountain dive, it's not a problem, I'm just gonna jump in here, like, oh, I just gave away a godlike streak, oh well, but I'm still good, I'm gonna buy a divine after this one, and then they lose the divine and it's GG afterwards.
I mean, yeah, the thing with a fountain dive is a fountain dive, I think it's always considered BM these days. The fountain damage goes up faster, so it's always a sign of disrespect. It's always a way of flaming your opponent to dive the fountain on a competitive level. And I do think, you know, if it gets punished, that's always karma. Like, that serves you right for having dived the fountain in the first place.
Yeah. Friendly reminder, you're playing a tournament, not a pub game. Respect your teammates. Not only respect your teammates, but respect your enemies, you know? Because then they're... I mean... Yeah, you don't want to throw a good game, ever. And not only that, there's a lot of people who are going to be angry at you. Who are not even on your team.
The pushing time is coming to an end in 2 minutes. They are going to have to hurry, though. Because the thing is, while it's looking very one-sided in favor of Rune Eater now, a single kill, like a single pick-off on the Shadow Fiend can still definitely cost them their lead, cost them the team fight.
Yeah, but Team Lynx haven't really done much during this Aegis timing because they've been trying to push out the waves, try to control the top lane. Now it's gonna be Rune Eaters' time to strike as they pop a smoke off their own. Did they see that TP around the outpost? I think they do. And it's Vladik instantly jumping onto Kitaro. They're gonna provoke the Solar Guardian. Beautiful escape back. The Warlock is gonna be safe, but they have a lock onto Jesu. Will of Wonder pushing 3 targets inside of it. Jesu, QBFY, Cracker, all of them will pop. On the other end, Boundless Strike for the kill. Vladik shall fall.
Yeah, that's GG. A beautiful Ringmaster Monkey King combo to enable the final team fight of the day. Exactly how things need to go here.
I mean, Onisan definitely did a double save there. Not only did he save the Warlock, but set up a beautiful 3-man Will of the Wonder, because the fact that he got Jesu, he didn't even have a chance to think about a time lapse. He doesn't have a buyback, he doesn't have anything to return to this. Rest of the team, they are forcing out whatever remaining buybacks they have to protect these last set of racks. But Rune Eaters are already at their tail. Fortification will be used up for the save, but Vladik's jump will be brought to naught as everything will be turned against him. Still, he survives the first impact. Anku, pulverized temporarily, Metal Jewel, jumps back in onto Anisan. Wukong's command backline. Yoi takes out QBFY, Vladik as well. One by one, they are falling. And I do believe it should be called GG at this point.
Yeah, it's
Because
over.
everybody is dead. Yep, there it is.
So I think it's impressive because we've talked about how strong and how impressive Team Lynx have been looking in the past and just how good they are at playing aggressively. This is the first time ever where I see somebody win against Team Lynx by means of playing more aggressive rather than playing defensive against them. Because I talked all about like, oh yeah, Team Lynx, you gotta play very defensive. You're good at playing on the defensive as a team. You can counter them. But Rune Eaters, they went with a paradigm shift and it almost cost them the game. Playing all in-your-face Dota, playing all aggressive. Yoi, he got so close to the point where he couldn't kill the Weaver anymore, but one beautiful triple race gave him that huge kill streak. And from there he just kind of pulled himself back.
Yeah, and I love this draft from Rune Eaters from the very, very start because it ticked so many checkboxes in my head. Like, you have the damage amplification, the damage spread, you have the heal, you have the AoE control, you have the saves, you have the slow, you have so many things, but it's just, it needs to kick at the right moment. So it found its right timing when Shadow Fiend had a lot of damage. Dawnbreaker, I mean, who would have thunk that 3 months after her being completely idle, she would deliver such a game? And Anku had a very safe and very smooth sailing start, which pretty much brought him to the scepter very fast. And everything else was history. Like, I love this draft, and I love when drafts like this execute. It's beautiful. But yeah, lessons to be learned for Team Lynx. They need to find a better way to subjugate Rune Eaters within the early stages of the game and play something which is a little bit more down their style. As for now, we're gonna go for a break until we see what Game 2 has to offer.
See you in a bit, guys. As, ladies and gentlemen, once again we are back. The second game of the second best of three of the day. Rune Eaters, they are the first team this season at least to out-aggro Team Lynx. And I wonder if Team Lynx are going to play it less aggressively here, or if they are going to go full speed ahead once again. With me to figure that out, of course, is the one and only base defender. As base defender, do you think Lynx have something good here? Do you think they're cooking with this draft?
I mean, they're definitely bringing in all the fire, so that's for certain. But I do like the synergy, especially with the Lion being present, because we did speak about... So first pick we saw the Largo, then we had the Clinks and the Phoenix popped in afterwards. I do like the fact that they're counteracting this hero, but it seems like the fall off could be really fast here, because Batrider as a pos 3 does not offer you much aside from aggression, and if you're not able to ride that wave, you're eventually bound to fall. So Team Lynx, they're feeling very glass cannon. Even though Rune Eaters are the one who opted in for the Morphling, they do have Jakiro and Dark Willow side by side, so I like that combination a little bit better with the Largo as a, a bardic inspiration hero.
Yeah, now that I do kind of agree with, because the thing is, right now, from my perspective, I think the only hero that's looking truly good for Team Lynx is this Clink still. I feel like, well, they have a really nice kind of approach with the egg, with the lasso synergy, with a lot of lockdown from the Lion. And it feels like they've just been kind of seen through. And I'm not sure, like, their lack of a Largo counter just feels so bad. Because we've talked about how Largo, every time he's either banned or countered. Right now, it's neither of the two.
Yeah. I mean, also, all of the heroes that they opted in for afterwards are feeling a lot more countered, especially with the Puck pick as last. With the Dream Call, you're preventing the Icarus dives from going through, you're preventing lasso plays from happening, and whatever you want to get as Team Lynx, which usually when they go down the mobile line, they keep on going for it, and yeah, with the Sand King, they're adding it up just even further. You gotta keep aggressive with Team Lynx. Now tempo is more important than ever. And if you're failing to execute, if Jesu is not getting any kills, like him as a Weaver, they set the course right, but now they have to double down to it. Rune Eaters, thankfully, they're a little bit predominant within the late game, but if they play the same patient style as they did previously, get those items right, fight when you're able to, they can shut them down really easily. So I think we're watching game one all over again, in a way.
I really hope the Sand King is going to be the difference maker and prevents that from happening. But yeah, I agree. It's all up to the Sand King and to the Clinks to kind of turn things around. Then again, the current patch, it's not only about the draft. So maybe, just maybe, we can get lucky for a game number 3 here if everybody is well coordinated about it.
I mean, also, there's the possibility we could watch a very slow starting game, because at least 3 heroes across both sides are dependent on getting their early Aghanim Scepter. So you either go down the safe route and keep things safe, just farm up when you're able to, get some stacks going on, stay on your side of the river and not get overly aggressive, or you try to go in for secure and definite kills, because time will be of the essence. You need the experience fast, you need the farm fast. Whichever team is gonna win down that race, it could be the predominant one. I mean, always that's gonna be the case in Dota, for a fact, but either side could break very easily. But I'm thinking Rune Eaters again.
Yeah, I'd say so too, but only by a little bit, right? It's like 48, 52, something like that, because this laning stage, anything can happen. And if the laning stage backfires on Rune Eater, then they're going to be in a similarly hard game to the first Lynx game. It's just that, unlike last game, I feel like they do have a better understanding of what's going to be happening here from the draft. And it's mostly the Morphling versus Clinks matchup that, I don't know, it looks really favorable. You need to kill this Clinks. You need to deal with this aggressive carry on the side of Lynx, and it's just so easy for the Morphling.
Yeah. I mean, you can easily make a small mistake and feed into either the Morphling onto the Clink, so that's going to be a mistake that both sides are going to be suffering from. But I do like Lynx and the fact that they have a little bit more of a better first blood and first execution potential, because they have the Earth Spike. They could pop the Burrow Strike as well. If things fly away a little bit run away a little bit too far, you can use up the Flame Break, which also deals additional damage. Fire Spirits are not to be negligible at the very start, as they also hurt you very severely. So that's something that Morphling will be having a hard time to try to, attribute shift away. But I guess we're not going to be seeing that much of an exciting start.
Yeah, 2 for 2 runes for now. I do hope we'll see Yowai scale more than 2 points of attribute shift, because everybody kind of just goes for that attribute shift level 2 and ignores it after that, because you don't get any bonus stats. It's literally just for the shift rate. But I do think getting it to level 4 early, which is going to slow down your farm a little bit, is worth it, because dying early on the Morphling is just too big of a deal every game, basically.
Yeah, but you gotta find the right balance. You wanna play a little bit on the edge there, so throwing a point into waveform, well, more likely waveform rather than adaptive strike currently. You wanna have the farm, you wanna have at least some sort of a kill potential, so you cannot be too careful or too aggressive. So I do understand the notion of just going with 2 attribute shift points. So yeah, as long as you're stable, you're fine with Morphling. Just don't die in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, that's the thing though, because of 15 minutes, that's such a long time. Because the first 8 to 10 minutes, Morphling is gonna live. He has a support, the lane is kind of stable, people are gonna be very easy to punish for missing from the lane. But it's that 10 to 15 minute mark timing where we usually do see Morphling picks die. And I think if you can not die around 10 to 15 minutes, as you kind of go over into the jungle, it's gonna be such a big difference, because then the enemy is forced to take those really big, high-risk kind of dives instead, where you go way beyond the jungle and kind of farm up that way.
Yeah, I believe that Lynx, especially if they have a good Clinks lane, because it's imperative for him to farm and also keep up with the aggression. The fact that he has another fiery damage output that he can be insanely aggressive with, it could help him to start rotating around, and if he has that upper hand with his lane and get a 1 kill on the other side, that's going to be a very fast route towards his first item, which, I mean, is going to be the Falcon Blade, of course. Maybe even something extra, complete the boots in the meantime.
Yeah, Falcon Blade doesn't really count. Falcon Blade's just a farming item. But
Yeah,
as a
but it's
whole,
going to propel you faster.
I do think the first blood is really gonna matter here, because the kill potential is kind of low in the laning stage right now, but whoever gets it can snowball that first blood, can take those first couple extra 100 gold, and just farm that a little bit faster, because both of these carries have insane amounts of damage built in. Klings, of course, has the easier time lasting, so he's kind of expected to outlast it right now, using the searing arrows. But if Yowai gets good lifesteal timing, he will have an easier time farming up to kind of compensate.
Yeah, it's that Vlad's timing that he needs to focus on. But I think the Clinks is going to get online a little bit sooner. Let's see what happens around this Lotus fight here. They will be losing, I believe, the Lotus, but on the other end, Kidaro shows up with the dual breath. They will take down Anisan first, but this is dangerous as Jesu is falling, but thankfully, QBFY joins in from the other side, turns this around, Kidaro falls, Anko is dropping severely low, and it's gonna be 3 kills for the price of none. This is a very easy feed for early game Jesu. Like, look at how many things he got just from that encounter, and he did not fall.
Yup. Gets an extra enchanted raindrop just to kind of keep himself alive and holding out. I definitely like that. But now the Kings for sure has a significant advantage.
And also he found a very nice chance to use Death Pact, so that additional HP did help out as well.
Yep, otherwise he would have fallen for that at least one return kill, but I don't think that rotation is ever worth it. Even if Yowai is not dying yet and holding an okay lane, you need to keep it that way, and that's just gonna be harder and harder the longer this laning stage goes on.
Yeah. I mean, top side so far we're not seeing anything extreme, aside from Kidaro joining bottom side. Which was, I mean, it was
It looked good, but
okay.
QBFY realized it too early and immediately counter-teleported. Like, I think the rotation was okay from Jakiro. Lion just responded perfectly to it.
Yeah, and maybe he spotted him because it takes you a little bit of a longer time to get across the gate and to, cross sides compared to just TP down bottom, especially when nobody has done that already, so. But yeah, so far, 3-0. Gives it a very good advantage for this bottom lane. I gotta give him that. The experience amount just given. And having a level 3 Phoenix is disgusting, and oh, Ethereal decides to join in.
Well,
Beautiful early rotation from the Pug without even utilizing the Dream Coil.
it's like you said, having a level 3 Phoenix is disgusting, so Puck just comes in, takes him away, and relieves so much harass, so much pressure from that lane. Because Largo, keep in mind he doesn't do anything at all the first 7 or so levels of the game. Because even with the ultimate, level 1 Largo ult kinda sucks. It's level 1 Largo ult with the Aghanims that's good.
Yeah, I mean, they're prolonging it as much as possible because you want to have a little bit more of an impact with throwing experience into the Frog Stomp because that's the main thing that you have to work with. For the farm, Catchylick, the damage is good, but, you're still not there, as you said, until you get that Aghanim Scepter to provide a little bit more extra for your team, but that means your team will play without an offlaner for the first 10 minutes.
Basically,
Well, Meljul turned against Ethereal here, and he took down that mid laner, QBFY, keeping up with the pressure. He wants Kidaro, Meljul, the Root Sandstorm. Kidaro runs under the tower. He's hexed up, and he's gonna die under the tower by QBFY.
unfortunate
We still have
haste.
Anisan in the vicinity. Oh, Ethereal jumping in. Anisan will die by a right click, and Ethereal, not sure why he popped the Dream Coil, but he takes down QBFY as a return kill.
He needed it because he doesn't have the boots yet. If you look at Puck's inventory, brown boots are still cute. Lion will literally just with brown boots outrun your ass.
But I think he got the right click from it. I mean, he had him under vision. There was no tree there to
No,
block
the
him
right
out,
click
so-
had already hit, so he waited till the right click
Yeah.
hit, saw the right click wasn't enough, and immediately dropped the Dream Coil, realizing he wasn't gonna get in range for a second right click there.
Fair. Shrine contest down bottom. Jesse goes in. Anisan is already at the field, but he's taking so much damage. Still, the numbers are not favoring them. Cracker falls in the back lines. Now, Meljul forced to jump in. They're still defending the shrine. Kidaro is playing a very dangerous game here. He's gonna be dying for this shrine.
Morphling comes in at the last
Oh wait,
second.
Yowai jumps in very last second. Largo with the froggies, they're having Meljul, but he's still ticking, he's still dancing around in the sandstorm. But this is a dangerous game now for Meljul. He dies, shrine secured.
2
by
for 1, but
meters.
they're so certain they are not gonna give up their wisdom.
And
Makes
Jesu,
sense.
he's still stuck. This is time wasted for this Clinks.
Yep, very awkward position to be in. He does have the TP, he just needs to make sure that nobody is hunting for him bot anymore so he can TP safely, and there he goes.
Yeah.
Could have
He's
been
gonna jump
better.
in down mid.
Could have been worse. I do think this goes to show how Rune Eaters try to out aggro Lynx, how they try to deal with that incredible aggression just by having their priorities extremely straight. Klings, nice rune steal, making sure Ethereal isn't gonna get that free purge in the bottle.
This was a little bit awkward because not only the Rune Eaters revealed that they had a sentry ward there, they didn't utilize it properly. I don't know what was with that ice bath. Even though there wouldn't have been a chance to get Jesu, but if you're revealing something, like make good use of it. Meanwhile, double smoke heading topside. Eyes are now on Yawai, who's been having
that
a
would be
very
huge kill.
yeah. They have the lasso on. Actually, they don't have the lasso on already, but they're
Already
still.
morphing strength.
He is, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Yeah,
It's a
this is what I
4v1.
mean. I told you, Morphling always dies before the 15-minute mark. You need to skill more into attribute shift. Then again, maybe it's worth it. Maybe you get more than the 200 gold you lose from having the farming speed. But it's such a pattern repeating itself that can be stopped by putting one extra point in the attribute shift that it's so weird that this is still where the meta is at.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, in a 4v1, this early into the game, like, there's not much that could save you, you know? You need a miracle, you need a shadow demon, you need something extra. Like, by yourself, you're pretty much dead meat, or just a puddle down on the water. I don't know what sort of a corpse morphling leaves behind him.
A puddle is actually the lore accurate answer too. Because as far as lore goes, he's water imbued with the magic of the ancients because it has been flying through space on a comet and kind of, you know, got grazed by the magic of the ancients. So the moment that magic is gone, he's still gonna be regular water.
I mean, makes sense. But yeah, even with his takedown, his timing on the Vlads is pretty decent. Level 4 on waveform is helping him out with the farm, so he's in a decent spot, and now he's joining in down middle, even though he gets caught up by the supernova. Anisan looking low, still Yawai, he gets a catch on to Cracker, QBFY gets taken down by Anku. Jesu right behind them, Melojul, oh,
That was so
it's
awkward.
not gonna go either way.
Good morph from the Morphling changing into a Lion to give his team the crowd control they're missing with both of their support stat. But yeah, that was a pretty insane interaction just there as well, where Morphling almost died himself, and the trade almost turned out really well too, because Melojul, he was out of mana, he almost died, but he just kind of walked off instead.
Yeah. But at the very least, UI can go back to farming, he's looking fine. Ethereal's takedown that early also caused, you know, these problems to stack, so without the Dream Coil, your life is a little bit more difficult. Down bottom though, eyes are on Anku. Earth Spike instantly connects, Icarus Dive, Cracker, Hexed Up, Ice Path puts a little bit of a stop to it, but the frog shall fall.
So he will, Vladik will die as well over on the top lane, so that's a 1-for-1 trade. Both teams currently trying their hardest to make space for the carries, but the top of net worth is still Melojul, who's farming extremely well with that poison of his, but he's also been involved in 8 of these 12 kills.
Yeah, that's a pretty big value, which is going to bring him a lot closer to the Aghanim Scepter. Down bottom, meanwhile, Kitaro gets caught between tier 1 and tier 2 towers and swiftly executed. Largo once again appears a little bit too late to his own party, but better not turn this into an opportunity, as Lynx are feeling very aggressive so far with this draft, almost 12 minutes in, 13 onto 6 with 2k net worth advantage. Nice deny on Anisan onto the Invis down mid. That is gonna piss off Vladik just a little bit, but it's gonna be the cause for his own demise, as he's gonna be thrown back with the Terrorize. Still, they're dedicated on this Anisan takedown, and it's actually gonna be successful.
Yeah, that's a nice kill there, and Lynx there once again playing Dota exactly how they want to play it, on the aggression, dictating the space of the game.
And they're keeping it up. Melojul with the long range burrow strike jumps in with the epicenter, deletes Ethereal. Kitaro's next on his mark, but he's not going to be able to claim him. Still, tower and a kill. Good trade.
Yeah, this Puck having such a rough game against all of that lockdown, and now Kitaro will fall to Jesu under the tier 2. Jesu just going for the deep dive, gets the kill, does a little dance and walks away.
A little spooky, scary skeleton dance.
If Klinks isn't gonna die, then we may be in for game number 3 after all. Because don't get me wrong, I still don't trust this carry pick 100%, but he's being protected so well. Every time somebody tries to focus on the Klinks, in comes the support and you're able to turn around.
Yeah, and both of these supports, I mean, they're really aggressive. Phoenix with the damage output, Lion with the quick reset, I mean, even Morphling, when he grows up, he wants to be a Lion just to throw in a solid Earth Spike and, you know, cause things to stop instantaneously. And if they're keeping up the tempo, like, it could be GG quite soon. So, keep riding that wave, find the right balance between farming and fighting. Let's see what Rune Eaters have to respond, because now they're the ones feeling lucky, throwing in a 2-man smoke on Rune down bottom. However, scans are not picking up anything, but underneath that observer ward, they do spot out a Phoenix. Let's see if they have a good chance. Instant Bramble, he gets caught up, silenced, and dead and gone.
Ethereal, finally some kill involvement for this pack, as it's gonna go more.
Yeah, it's a support for a support. Now they made it even. And we do have Ethereal in an awkward position, so
I wouldn't
this
even
buck
say
needs to
even,
get the hell out of
because
there.
it's still Jesu who keeps taking all of those high value kills and getting himself more fat.
Hold up, QBFY, beautiful observer drop there. Just to put a stop to Ethereal, he is gonna take down the Lion, but it's enough of a bait and time needed for Melojul to jump in.
Yowai still enjoying the space being made for him, but as long as Jesu doesn't die, it won't matter. You need to kill Klings. You need to deal with this Klings. He's such a problem right now.
506.
Yep.
With Deso.
Desolator already done. Already the first damage chart is on it. He's going for an early Aghanim's shard, which I love, because it's still one of the best farming items if you have that super early Desolator timing. Lynx, they're feeling so comfortable with this aggression suddenly, because that's what they're used to, playing aggressively, getting these resources really early is exactly how they know how to build and what to get next.
And the best part is 10 seconds after Shard appeared in the shop, he was able to buy it. So economy is good, money's going in his direction, even though he's not at the top of the net worth. It is still Meljul, who is about to get his scepter and even be more so devastating. He makes the catch up top and it's gonna be onto Yowai. They miss out on Anistan, which is causing a little bit of a trouble there, but with the Sunray, they're gonna be able to take the pesky Morphling. Crown pops in the backlines, QBFY has fallen, but Anistan is now revealed and out of the phase shift, and he's dead.
A second Morphling kill, they really want that game number 3, and they're doing an excellent job of it right now on Team Lynx.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
But yeah, it's very interesting, like every single time you manage to bait out these annoying abilities. Like previously it was the time lapse, now it's like the Shadow Realm or the ability shift. Like it's so easy for you to take down the enemy heroes. And Lynx are actively pushing into it.
Under attack.
Yeah, Rune Eater, they may have the better draft, but guess what? The draft is only better if you get your heroes online. Team Lynx, they realized that very early on, have been depriving Morphling of farming space all game, but only after making sure that Puck is suffering the most.
Yep. I mean, Ethereal got super punished down, so the fact that he was unavailable, I mean, it's not only him that he was actively punished, the lanes had a very difficult time keeping up, so once they got the big ultimates available, they were not able to find the right delivery. So now they have a lot of problems already knocking across all sides. Klings is an insane problem. He's gonna close in on the Dragonlance soon enough. We did speak about the Aghanim Scepter, which is now fully operational, and we're gonna get the Pipe of Insight soon enough on Vladik, so
Well,
that's gonna be more so disgusting.
Dyer's
they have an offlaner in the shape of this Largo, though, so we're gonna see whether he can still put a job to Vladik's insane levels of
Vladik?
aggression.
They're gonna catch him in the Dream Coil, but he's gonna be alive for long enough, but the Brambles are gonna put a stop to it. It's a beautiful reveal of the Scepter onto Anku. Let's see if they keep up with the fight, as in the backlines, Meljul jumps in. He has the crown on top of him, keeps up the pressure onto Anisan, but Yowai catches on. They're closing in. It's a Sandstorm versus a Sandstorm, and Yowai is gonna win.
Jesu barely
They have
alive.
the catch. Cracker. Anku is closing in. The song, the Bardic Inspiration is playing, and finally this is gonna be a beautiful counter reaction from Rune Eaters.
10
guess they were
minutes without an offlane. Ended up being more like 15 minutes without an offlaner. But the moment they have this Largo, they immediately commit him to carry a team fight.
Yeah, and they're willing to commit on to Roche, as it seems. But this has been spotted out by Link, so they have a good chance to jump in, even though they don't have the Supernova, but they do have the Epicenter if they want to commit. And Klinks hasn't been involved during that team fight, which, even though Rune Eaters got a lot of value from this team fight, Lynx did not lose their carry, so he's still out there, still causing shenanigans. Let's see if he's gonna get something in the backlines. Anku pulls back QBF wide, but they have eyes on Yowai. This Morphling is in a bad situation, but this time the attribute shift, which is still at level 2, is gonna be good enough for him to live. Anisan dies down. Meljul keeping up with the chase. Anku, he's in danger. The Epicenter is popping just for this Largo, but they're still not bringing him down to 0. Kidero in the backlines. Jesu, he's gonna burn him to smithereens, but Cracker, Anku, both of them will fall. Jesu is on a triple kill. Still
Puck coming
keeping up.
in.
Vladik. Can they get more? Nope. Both of their remaining targets will escape.
Nicely done there from the side of Lynx, though. They were so close to losing a lot more to the Largo, but they managed him perfectly, kind of wasting his ultimate, keeping him at bay. They almost even got Yowai for that, but at least Yowai lives. Still, I think that altogether this goes to show how strong Lynx are right now, and Lynx are gonna focus on delivering more of that aggression.
Yeah. And it's a very nice timing to bring this fight on this side of the map, since Tormentor is about to spawn in 30 seconds. But Rune Eaters, they're still around. They're not willing to have that chance sliding away, even though this part of the map is warded, so whatever they do, if they move in too quickly, they're gonna be caught up. But in their favor, now this time, I love this big ultimate shift between links. They're either using so far the supernova or they're using the epicenter. They used up the epicenter last time, that they still have the supernova available if things get too bad. But the catch is firstly gonna be onto Kiddo, and beautiful sticky tongue. Anku brings him back, but not enough to compensate for the burning damage. Vladek tries to close in the gap. Rest of the crew, they're running away. It's gonna be a Tormentor going in for Team Lynx, as Rune Eaters won't reinitiate.
That's gonna be the Tormentor taking down QBFY. Very happy with that Aghanim's shard. A complete game changer for the Lion. Not so much because of the multi-hero mana drain, but just the magic resistance against the draft that has 2 heroes that pretty much 2-spell one-shot the Lion. It's gonna be such a lifesaver.
I mean, the mana drain does matter to one hero in particular. That is the Morphlink. Like, he's insanely dependent on his very limited mana pool, so once he's out, you can very easily take him down, and the follow-up from line is just on point. You have 2 built-in lockdown spells, so you can get the Hex, follow up with the Earth Spike, and then just delete him on the spot. But speaking of, QBS is gonna be caught up first, still. The burning damage from Jessu. It is hurting, but still, Yowai, they find Cracker. Anisan is gonna burn down. Yowai is still with the heavy hitting. Jessu is looking severely low, but he's still protected. Either way, oh, actually, Ethereal from the top will take him down. Dream Coil used up on Vladek. They reinitiate. Ethereal, Metal Jewel. Oh, he's gonna burn down! As, oh my god, Puck will barely survive. He's jumping back and forth, and this is a very dangerous game that he's playing, jumping across the skeleton archers, and he's actually gonna survive this encounter.
Only thanks to Anku's continuous heal, but yeah, he has the utmost faith that Anku is not gonna mistime a single heal, and they will get rewarded for it. As Rune Eater, even though they lost their Morphling, they barely take down the Klings, and after they take down the Klings, it ends up being a 4-4-2 trade. So, really well played by them, as it looks like they're not done yet.
Oh, they're gonna find QBFY. I mean, this is how it started off the previous time. But this time, Team Lynx are not gonna give them anything more to feed off of.
I mean, right now the win rate says it's exactly 50-50. So it depends on whether or not they can get that insane level of Largo plus Morphling value again or not in the next team fight.
I mean, the fact that Jessu died for the first time 22 minutes in, like, look how much money Ethereal got. And it pretty much compensates from all of the punishment he obtained during the early stages of the game and brings him closer to the Lincoln Sphere. Which, I mean, you're not gonna be lassoed anymore, you're not gonna be caught up by the Hex or the Earth Spike. It's already a very big difference.
Yep. I wonder if we can still see a third game or not, because Lynx, they were so far ahead, and it's like you said, that's how it started the last game, with Lynx being like 80-20 ahead as far as the win rate goes, and then just taking one bad team fight. We're gonna see those, because at the very least, Yowai, he's only now barely on top of net worth, will need a little while longer to really become that super rich, unkillable carry that Morphling is known as in the late game.
I do believe within the next couple of minutes we are going to be seeing Rune Eaters picking up the pace, because they've been laying dormant for the early stages of the game, especially as we said it, until Anku got the Scepter as the Largo. Second he got the dual song, he was able to join in. But now they gotta push in as much as they can. As QBFY gets caught up first, he's gonna buy some time with the mana drain, but it's not gonna be enough. Because the next important timings for Team Lynx is going to be getting these refreshers, because if they're failing to deliver with what they currently have in their skill set, they're going to need a double Epicenter, they're going to need a double Supernova, and they're going to need a double Lasso, preferably enhanced with the Aghanim Scepter to make things work out. So, the checklist will get pretty long if they start losing right now.
Double Supernova, I'm not sure. I like the Aghanims on Phoenix these days, because it gives you extra attacks and destroy, and you get to bring in a teammate. But I definitely feel the Refresher or being a necessity for the Sand King. And he doesn't want to build it that early, so it's kind of feeling bad when you build it, it's kind of feeling bad when you don't build it either. Because like you said, one missed Epicenter is GG.
Roche reveal. Anisan gets pushed back by Vladik. He is... Oh, almost survived. The skeleton archers did manage to get him. Still, space created for UI to get the Aegis. QBFY keeping up with the push. He's been revealed. Is this gonna provoke a response from Rune Eaters? Yep,
Definitely.
it seems like they want to jump in here. Ethereal does not have Dreamcoil for a couple of seconds, but he takes down Kitaro. Meanwhile, well, QBFY, Kitaro and Anku fall down. They're keeping up the chase, but Yowai is there with the heavy hitting. He takes down Melojul. Jesu is still fighting from the low ground. He's trying to take down Ethereal. Yowai
the missed
is
chance.
gonna burst, but it's gonna avoid the burst from the Supernova, which is a little bit of a something.
Yeah, he
So
almost
it's gonna
had that
be-
supernova if it weren't for mischance, but mischance gets pretty ridiculous with Phoenix if you're that long in a team fight and only then go for the Phoenix as the last one. Because the exact hits he was missing, all three of them, he missed all of those. That just feels bad, but yo, why right now he's opting for a butterfly. Still an okay fight, but losing the Aegis is just not great for Rune Eaters, because that gives Klings that much more space to play how he wants to. And Jazu, he can scale for quite a decent bit longer as long as he doesn't get caught and doesn't die himself before killing anyone.
Yeah, and he's still playing a very dangerous game currently, opting in for the Daedalus. I mean, the fact that he's gonna get a late BKB if he's gonna opt in for it could be a good, you know, upkeep for him to stay relevant within the team fights. But UI is getting stronger by the second. Even though he did lose the Aegis, he's been coming back slowly but surely. And it's gonna be bad. Meanwhile, topside, QBFY is gonna be executed time after time again.
He did hold out long enough for his team to arrive, but can they fight?
Oh, Vladik. He's feared out. Ethereal is closing in. He's trying to run off with the Firefly, but he's gotta be careful as it's setting things up for Melojul to jump in. He does not have the epicenter for a couple of seconds, but it's gonna be enough for a setup for Jesu to take down both supports away from Rune Eaters. Yoi in the meanwhile, he takes down Cracker.
Buyback from
Yeah, I think
QBFY
it's-
and Morphling decides to BKB teleport out in response to that. Respecting the line, respecting the buyback being used, though I do think, yeah, the win rate is slowly starting to favor Rune Eaters, as Rune Eaters, they do seem like the better team when it comes to these long games. But Klings is still an absolute beast, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. And it was looking scary because Jesus, he's still stuck around there to try to find a potential kill, but he's currently in a state where he's not stopping. As long as he's hitting something, creeps, heroes, whatever it is good. So he needs to be taken down now, swifter than ever.
Massive
But
rotation
now
on the
currently
Morphling
eyes are on
coming out.
UI. Yeah.
He's pinging though, he's
good.
telling his teammates like, hey guys, I'm alone in the bottom lane, they've just stopped showing top, very suspicious.
Yeah. They have a double smoke as Jesu is leading the charge. They could spot out Kitaro here. But I guess it's so far setting a safe course for Jesu to farm. But even though Kitaro's... Well, they saw the Observer. It's just a ward war currently.
Now Kitaro broke the
Me-
smoke but was glimmered, so they didn't know what was happening, placed the ward. And gank negated completely basically.
Yeah. It is indeed time wasted for Klinks.
Because he's got the damage, he's got the initiation, but we're not actually getting somewhere as far as the aggression goes. Lynx, the pussycat is starting to be a little bit too scared, realizing that maybe their target is just a little bit too big for them.
Yeah, I mean... Rune Eaters are being really patient about this game. So... It is proving to show as time goes by, so the next time they strike they might be more despicable than ever. I'm not sure if they showed the Lincoln Sphere during the last encounter, but even more so, Ethereal has obtained the Parasma in the meantime. Largo has the Sanj and Kaya, aka Kaya and Sanj, which is great. Lotus Orb should appear soon enough on Anisan, but meanwhile Jesu is on the hunt. He is gonna find Kitaro, but he was by himself, so just a support kill is gonna mean good intel for Rune Eaters.
Yeah, they were mostly grouped up there looking for those valuable kills. Instead just finding Kitaro isn't that great. Though Rune Eaters, they don't seem in any kind of hurry. They're back to playing that dormant Dota that you've pointed out earlier.
I mean, it's bringing them value so far. They're keeping the game balanced out because they've done enough in terms of pushing. They have the same amount of control across the map. If they throw a little bit of a sacrificial lamp left and right, it's gonna keep them baited out. So as long as they're, you know, having that, they're getting the better value because they're prolonging the game. And that's when Morphling can grow to be hyper insane. And he's got the butterfly completed, so now it's time for his data list to shine.
Yep.
But first up, Smoke Gank.
Morphling, he does have the tools to man-fight Klings in a
well,
1v1.
Joel. They found the Sand King. They will use up the Dream Coil. He's trying to run away with the BKB, but from the other side, Lynx are waiting for an opportunity. Ethereal recommits, jumps in. He finds everybody from Team Lynx. They're doing the best to protect this puck, and it's gonna go to Vayne. But Yoi jumps into the backlines. He's facing off against the Supernova, and he's gonna pop the egg. Anybody else? Anisan burned down by Vladik. Now they have their eyes on Batrider. Ice Path is gonna connect, but now they're forced to run. Anku hexed up. Oh, but Yoi wants to jump in so badly, but it's too late as his offlaner is gone. It's just him and Kitaro still fighting things out. Lasso, they pull him back. He's still burning. Yoi in a very bad spot, and he has fallen.
Game 3, I guess. I do think the main issue for the Morphling is he had to press the BKB way earlier than he expected to.
This was such a bad fight for them.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a fun game either way. I mean, the graph is going up and down. The win probability is switching sides really fast. I mean, but it's still, you know, undecisive until the very last moment. This was finally a very good opportunity for Team Lynx after such a long while. But
yeah, Lynx back on the aggression. They can definitely get a couple tier 2s here as their reward. Morphling, though, he's proven that he has the damage to outfight the Klings and kind of the resources. So I do think that everybody from Team Lynx are gonna respect it.
away from Rune Eaters. Yeah. But Rune Eaters, they did a bunch of mistakes there. And I'm not really sure why they overextended there with Yoi, where he could have run off and, you know, find a safe spot to farm out.
The dieback, like if they would have gotten the initiation of, like if Morphling could have gotten just one kill before Kling starts hitting him, he could have, you know, put the enemy in a position where they can actually open up the high ground because of a dieback. Both teams have been using a couple of buybacks left and right. And I kind of get why you'd get greedy, but I don't know, it still looked really, really bad if you know, look from our perspective.
I mean, there's still a chance. I'm still looking forward to some refreshers, and I'm really happy to see an Aghanim Scepter being built by Vladik. Like, the double lasso, like, it's so disgusting.
Oh yeah, it is really good and done in just under 2,000 gold, but right now they do want to run a Jesu.
Bottom, Jesu. They will miss out on both the Bramble and the Terrorize, but they still have eyes on him. Actually, with the Terrorize, they're just charging up, but Ethereal greets him from the other side, and that's a second godlike streak that Ethereal takes away from Jesu.
Oof,
it's like
yeah.
they're stuffing him up like a pig for Christmas, and, you know, it's for Ethereal every single time.
Now they know for certain that not all buybacks are available, and they know for certain, because Lion still has over a minute and a half on his buyback. Phoenix just bought back last fight. And they know how long Kling's response. Do you see why they got greedy that last fight? Because if they could have done that earlier.
Yeah, and they're able to, you know, keep up the pressure even further.
Yeah, this time around it's just gonna be one kill on QBFY, but even so, it's the same principle. Kling's is dead, you now dominate all of the map and can just go for kills.
Yeah. I mean, small victories, but we're still looking for that grand one. It's either going to be a 2-0 or a game 3. And Roche is going to be back pretty fast. He's going to be up and operational at about 10 seconds, and this could be a very timely opportunity for Rune Eaters to take if they reach the pit in time. Well, actually, they already have Yoi in the vicinity, so just jump at it.
Yeah, they don't know that Roshan is up yet,
this.
but they're gonna be certain now and go in there. Such a lucky respawn time, as it seems like RNGesus really wants this to be a 2-0 in favor of Rune Eater. Rune Eaters, they get themselves that Aegis on the Morphling, and good luck dealing with Yowai twice.
I mean, mistakes can be made still. I mean, this is quite a back and forth game that we still don't know until the very last second which side it is gonna take. But again, as a strike for Rune Eaters,
Radiant's bottom
they got another big set of items that they're willing to show for during the next team fight. Not much of a... I mean, yeah, the ones that we called out earlier are finally complete. On the other end now, we're waiting for Jesu to complete his Orchid, but given that Rune Eaters are closing in, he needs to consider the buyback as well.
Yeah, he definitely needs to save the buyback. Because if you do die to the Morphling, you die so freaking quickly that I think without the buyback, it's just all putting it on one card, and you're prone to immediately losing when Morphling knows you don't have it. We're gonna see a massive smoke up around the top lane where everybody's just kind of gonna push with their Morphling.
I mean, it's a good idea, and also it's not only for the Klings that he has this problem. Also, the Batrider, I mean, he opted in to complete the Aghanim Scepter, so this is a now or never chance. So they either take down Yowai twice, or they lose this upcoming team fight. So now the smoke is coming in from Team Lynx, as they're waiting here around the Radiant Triangle to see if anybody from Rune Eaters closes in. But it doesn't seem like that chance will be granted just like that. They are sending in illusions, but they know they're not gonna just fall for that bait. Ooh, beautiful
5-man smoke from
Amplify.
Lynx. Lynx, they want to be the ones to initiate the next team fight, but the amplified damage rune is gonna make that so hard.
Yeah, eventually smoke is gonna run out, so they wasted their time ultimately. And again, it's a problem for Klings. He needs to feed.
Yeah, Klings,
Or
I
to
don't
be
know.
fed.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. No, I think he needs to feed. I think that's actually real wisdom that you have there. Because you cannot wait for another 3 minutes of Yowai playing the game how he wants to. I think the best way to play this game is initiate with everyone on the backlines and just feed Klings once to buy him back. Because if you take enough of the backlines down and you buy back Klings, you can kill Morphling twice
Oh,
after.
Ethereal jumping in. He went in for a quill, maybe in the hopes of catching somebody else, but it's gonna be QBFY once again. They got Anku. Oh, lassoed back. Larko is out of the picture. Meljul, however, jumps in a little bit too late with the epicenter, so it's not gonna connect down to anybody else. It's just the frog that they're getting. Who does have a buyback, by the way. Still, backdoor entry coming in from Rune Eaters. They want to jump high ground. They have Yowai with the Roche banner in the backlines. Do we have somebody jumping in? It looked like Ethereal was trying to go in for a kamikaze dive once again. Vladik gets caught up by the brambles, forced to pop the BKB. Should
Buyback
he
force
rush
as
here
well.
onto Yowai? He does not have a lasso. Yowai keeps up the chase. Now they're on their run. Ethereal just keeps up the pressure more and more so. QBFY, he forced out a buyback. Does not have, well, the willingness to die here, so he's just gonna run back to the fountain.
Puck
Back
gets
Ethereal
caught.
finally gets caught up. Meljul, Finger of Death, they get the puck. And everybody is dying actually from Rune Eaters. They went in a little bit too far here. Oh, and they got your why. It's gonna be the Aegis down. It's gonna be a team wipe, it seems. Does he have the luck to get the hell
Nope.
out of there? Nope, instant hex. He's locked on the spot and he's destroyed. Rune Eaters, this was way too greedy for just one tier 3 and an Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, Jazu, he played it so well there. He wrapped around the team fight, was over behind the little bottom trees, and first shot at the Roshan's banner. And everybody ignored him because he wasn't attacking them, because nobody was dying so quickly to the Klings. But Klings, he was able to reposition himself 3 times in one team fight. And then at some point, when you do see just how hard this Klings hits, everybody is out of position now.
Yeah. Not sure why Ethereal was so pushy. Like, not sure if the idea was to force out a back and forth to make Lynx close in on their end, because now they're gonna be the ones forced out to going for the buybacks.
middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. It was a little bit too impulsive for my taste.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they just had gone all in on the Klings when they saw him hit that Roche banner. It could have been GG right now. Instead, we're still playing with the possibility of a game number 3 happening any moment. Then again, that was 2 buybacks used from the Radiant side. Or no, just 1 buyback used from the Radiant side, but none from the Dire.
Yeah,
They spent the
it
other
was
one.
just QFI. I mean, how are we looking currently on buybacks? I mean, nobody from Lynx has buyback, so Jesu gets caught up at the edge of that ice path. Dreamcoil, however, does not connect. Bloodic jumps into the backlines, BKB up with the Firefly. He doesn't catch anybody with the lasso, so he's just forced to run, but he is looking fine. Anisan keeping up the pressure. Dark Willow, don't need to overextend. He's gonna provoke Meljul with the epicenter to jump in. They wasted his ultimate. Anisan forces out a buyback for this.
They
gotta keep up the pressure. Ethereal jumps in, but he's on high ground, but with the orb, he wants to close in.
Refresher
But
has
he's
been used by
hesitant.
Sandcake.
Yowai closes in. Oh, he gets them on the edge. 3-man ice path. Kitara on the side. But Yowai's in an awkward spot. He needs to fend away from their Meljul. He, like, where's this fight going? Anisan, QBFY, Kitara, all supports are dying. Now a lock onto Anku. It seems like
Yeah,
Team Lynx,
Kling's
they
too
have
strong.
provoked through Neaters.
They just can't get on top of Jesu anymore, because by the time you walk up to that skeleton, he's already shooting at your face.
Yeah, and best part is he didn't opt in for the Aghanim Scepter. He went in all aggressive right click with the Bloodthorn so rapidly completed.
Yeah, I
We're going into a game
I
three.
think this is the way to go though, because you don't need to hit the buildings, you don't need to hit the tank. If you need to hit buildings or if you need to hit the tank, it makes a lot of sense to kind of opt for the Aghanim Scepter. But if instead you have to hit the Morphling, then you just go anti-Morphling items. And that's why this unorthodox build for Jesu is paying off so freaking much.
I mean, it feels a little bit classic, you know? Like, just these items feel a little bit more close to me rather than what is currently built. By the way, Ethereal, he did pop the best Dream Coil of the game, but it was without a follow-up. Now Yowai joins in just to be caught up into the lasso and destroyed. He does have a buyback if he chooses to use it. As it's very courageous for Rune Eaters, they're not calling in GG, despite 2 lanes of Rags being completely lost.
They still hold
And
on to 1 lane of Rax and a buyback on this Morphling. Whether that's ever gonna be enough, I don't know. But Morphling has been carrying so incredibly hard.
Yep, absolute cinema of a game. But yeah, the best part of this is they're still believing in this. And even more so, like, they might, you know, what's his face? Wear out Team Lynx within the upcoming Game 3, if there's one. We have yet to see.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, I would not be surprised. Either way, it depends on this next initiation. Kling's going for a Scud. He wants the maximum survivability so that he can once again out 1v1 the Morphling if the two of them are just hitting each other in the faces. As in
Oh,
comes the
there's
jump.
the jump. Meljul, he will find Kitara on the backlines. They will force out a Terrorize, but just for QBFY, Micropire popped up. Anku dead, forces out a buyback. Ethereal, he wants to jump in. But does he have enough damage to deliver here? Yowai finds Meljul. Nice execution there. Ethereal, they're keeping up the chase onto Vladik. They took down, well, 2 heroes so far. Vladik, he is gonna fend away with a BKB TP out. This costed them a triple buyback.
Triple
Yowai
buyback and
included.
Klings lives. Yeah, that's kind of awkward. It was okay, but they didn't get the Klings, and Klings just kind of walks away and goes back to farming.
Yeah. This is a very dangerous venture. Only 1 buyback available, which is on Ethereal. And Ui's courier got killed, so there's not gonna be a refresher.
That's gonna
Or the
be huge,
Morphling.
actually. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
He already
or
bought
take.
part of it as well, so he can't just go up and buy it manually. Because honestly, with that Divine queued up now, I think that consideration would be worth it for Yowai.
Yeah. But they don't know about... do they know about the recipe? Or they don't?
They do.
I don't think so. Maybe. But yeah.
I'm sure they
Even
do.
So, With the
Roche, though,
losses suffered, Roche time. Yeah, they should give it to UI. He needs
very
that
lucky
second
with the
life.
timing, but the wards are also beautiful around the Roche pit for the Dire, making sure that Yowai can get the Aegis. I love Anku having the cheese because of how quickly he dies to the Klings.
Oh yeah. He gets completely melded in him. Very conflicted of why he didn't opt in for a BKB himself. Or something even more so durable. Like, yeah, the scepter is a go-to item. You absolutely need that, but do you consider something a little bit more classic? You know, you remember making the Crimson Guard during the previous game. You remember Pipe of Insight, stuff like that. It's gonna help you out, you know. Those are pretty good items.
Yeah, though I'm curious to see, like, I love the Lotus Orb. Though one thing I'm curious to see, does it still work to build Octarine Core on Cass? Because you used to play your songs 1/4 faster with an Octarine Core, and it used to be so funny because they actually made it with that in mind, where they have a faster version of each song that sounds okay.
Mm. I mean, one thing is to sound okay, the other one is to be able to play it, because, you know, if you already have an issue with playing the Guitar Hero, now with the speed up, it's, you know, it's gonna be testing you rather than making the hero better.
Yeah, probably. I mean, both. It's both. If you're good enough, then now you got an insanely good game ahead of you. But yeah, if you end up missing those beats, then it's a straight up downgrade.
A little bit of a pause, not to forget that we are watching the European Pro League Championship too. Thankfully, this series, actually both of them are not cursed, as we do have a caster cursed among us for cancel games, paused games, insanely long games, you know,
Oh
going
no,
in through the extremes.
today the caster's curse has been the first series of the day literally being uncastable due to the audio issues. So, you know, we're still
Yeah.
cursed, we just got it behind us now. At least, hopefully. Hopefully, because maybe that's just your portion of the curse and then I'm left alone for the third series of the day and that'll be 5 hours, 2 of which are pauses.
Listen, you know, the fact that I'm cursed with having a stupid update on my computer which didn't allow for the microphone to go through properly, it's bad, but the worst part is that you are only suffering from it and the audience. Like, I don't know jack shit of what's happening. You know, I'm just talking and talking and having fun here, but you guys are suffering in the process, which I'm sorry for everybody about that.
I mean, don't worry, it's not that bad. I'm mostly sad that we lost a lot of viewers, because we still don't have as many people watching as we did, like, at the start of the first game before all of the audio issues started.
Yeah. But we're good, and we're back in the game, so 45 minutes in, it's 50/34. So far, favorite team Lynx with 21k net worth advantage. But still, we're looking at a very back and forth game, ladies and gentlemen. Even though we could be one fight away from a team Lynx victory. But Rune
Morph
Eaters,
got
they
the
secured
Aegis.
themselves a Roshan, got a second life on UI. But they lost the courier, so they're gonna need to wait for another 45 seconds to get that refresher.
They can chill, because they already got a refresher shard. I think once it's 20 seconds to get the refresher, Yowai can just kind of start team fighting, because you're gonna have 20 seconds of time on the Morphling just by means of Morphling being Morphling, right?
Yeah. But do you know who else has a refresher?
Let me check actually. Sand King? Yeah.
Yep.
Phoenix
Which
as
is gonna
well.
be Phoenix as well. So, yay, he went in for the refresher. So, I mean, even though it's the uncanny choice for a Phoenix, I do appreciate it because you are defocusing the enemy attention. Like, if the first supernova passes, like, you don't care about the second one anymore. Like, you've already caused some devastation, and why not some more?
Yeah, though that's why I love the Aghanim Scepter, because it guarantees the Supernova being more likely to pass, and I do hope he'll get it after the refresher at least, just to kind of get a little bit of added value to the double
Mellow
Supernova.
Jewel instantly caught up, forces a BK before the run is going to be successful. Vladik wants to jump in for the lasso, but does not find a target, as he does notice the Lotus. Ice Path does not connect. Vladik caught up into the Macropyre. Kirero pulled back. Oh, but he's not burning. Actually, they got Jessu. Yowai, he's gonna take him down. Supernova into the backlines. They have Ethereal on the lock. He will die right after. A big trade is not favoring either side, but Anku is still chased down. Beautiful save from Kirero. Ice Path. it is surprising that this Jakiro didn't fall. And he's still doing his best to keep Vladik at bay and his Blink Dagger to be destroyed, but it's gonna be enough time for QFY to close in, but still... They're playing a very nice game there with Anku, but it's not gonna be good enough still in the backlines. Well, Ethereal wanted to join in after he forced out a buyback, and that is indeed the last buyback that Rune Eaters have available.
Yeah, this is gonna be all or nothing. One fight to rule them all, because Morphling, he did go for that Divine Rapier instead of the Refresher.
Or no.
I mean, I don't blame him, because if it's a game number 3, we're already behind schedule. You gotta end this at some point. Because we see that with players as well, where if they play a really long series back-to-back, some players just cannot do that well. They lose focus and they go down so hard.
So you want to say that after this one, we're gonna have a 25-minute match?
I mean, probably, maybe. I definitely think that Yowai wants a 25-minute match after this one, because Yowai likes his aggressive games. He likes those fast carries like Gyrocopter and Morphling. And yeah, it makes sense for him to go into the Divine. He will get a free one-man Tormentor just to get Jakiro the Aghanim Shard.
It's interesting that they didn't, you know, pick up a further fight with the Aegis being present, but again, they used up a very big buyback there, so I guess they now need to wait for Lynx to close in if they give him that pleasure, but Lynx didn't show everything during that last team fight, which is scary for Rune Eaters, that is. Next one, they're jumping in with 4 big ultimates, smoked up, hidden away, and they're waiting for their first prey. And actually they got a 3rd refresher, which they already used up on the Bat Rider.
A bunch of nice catch attempts, but the 4-man smoke not gonna result in anything just yet. With that Morphling Divine Rapier, everybody is gonna wait on the high ground. Just hope they make a mistake by running into Yowai a little bit too eagerly.
Yeah, because they cannot throw the Morphling out there. Like, you're not using this hero as bait, especially since he doesn't have the Aegis anymore. He is queuing up the refresher once again, but let's see. This could be the last one, ladies and gentlemen. Smoke up, this time coming in from Rune Eaters. It could be just to secure a little bit of a farm on that end. But it's dangerous either way. Because Team Lynx, they are lurking on the other side. QBFY is looking for an opener. He's got the Blink Dagger on the ready to jump in. Even if he dies, he doesn't care. Here, he's gonna set things into motion for Jesse to burn everything in sight.
It's once or never. Yowai, though, very far from his teammates, deciding to put that Divine Rapier to some use. But mostly he just wants the Refresher Orb completed. Interesting.
I mean, he needs the refresher and about 2,000 gold after. So, because that buyback is gonna be available in 10 seconds from now.
I
But
mean,
that
honestly,
gold-
he doesn't care for buyback until he can afford a second Divine.
Sure, but that's gonna last for such a long time. And yay, we got a pause.
Ah, yes, I'll be here all night. Time to cancel my plans for the evening. They better give us a game number 3 now.
I'm kind of disappointed to learn that you have plans. Like, what kind of a Dota personality are you that has plans outside from Dota?
Yes, the 2 hours of free time I get a day. How dare I use them for anything non-Dota
Oh
related.
no! No, personal time, what is that? I gotta bash a little bit of, you know, salt in the sin, because sometimes it's difficult to plan around Dota.
It is. It always freaking is. Hence why all of my plans surrounding Dota are always entirely optional in nature.
Well, at least the pause did not last long. So, we are gonna close in on this match a little bit sooner. But it's getting tense. Like, buybacks are coming back on both sides. It's just the money cap that is waiting on for UI. But as you said, He needs the buyback and another Divine Rapier to make it plausible.
I mean, that's kind of the thing, though. The most beneficial scenario for Rune Eaters from where they're standing if that big team fight isn't gonna happen.
Oh,
There it goes.
Nissan shows himself a little bit too soon, but it does provoke Melojul to jump in with the BKB and with the epicenter. UI keeps up the chase. They're gonna fend away, but Jesse on the other end, he deletes Hanku, who once again forces out the first buyback. Dark Willow, thankfully, she will survive that primary impact. But only one return kill so far for Rune Eaters.
Uh-oh, more
Their
flame.
buyback. Oh, UI!
GG.
Right into the supernova of the sun ray. 2 minutes without him. Oh, this is bad. The rest of the crew, they need to defend this to the best of their ability. But Vladik, he's standing strong. BKB is up. He's burning everything that he can
Nah,
find,
it's
even though
over.
nobody's dying just yet. Jesu throwing the spears and the arrows. Not burning anybody just yet. Now he's the one who's wielding the Divine Rapier, so it's a very big target for the taken. Second supernova will be popped up. Ethereal hiding in the trees. They're not gonna connect, but Jesu, he went in a little bit too deep, gets caught up with the ice path, but pops the BKB off his own to prevent the Dream Call from popping. Cracker, meanwhile, he's gonna die. Ethereal jumps right back in. Vladik tries to fend things out. Jesse is on the high ground, even though he's silenced up. He's still trying to defend this kidder,
Oh.
barely making it out of it. This one alive.
Outplayed
He's
the
not
Rapier
gonna die by
Clings.
the Stinger. Melojul, he is falling.
This is
They're
not
still
supposed
keeping
to
up with the
happen.
chase.
Like, the moment
not
Klings
according
gets
to the
Divine,
script,
it's
chat.
GG. That's how it works. Klings just needs to place one set of skeletons from the ultimate down and the team fight is won.
UBFY Finger of Death is not gonna connect. How is Kidero still alive?
The baits. Unironically, the only reason why they are still in this game at all is having baited this Klings into making a mistake twice now. Morphling is gonna respawn in 45 seconds, though he will not have a Divine to work with and will be very low on damage. But that was such a beautiful
Yeah.
play in that team fight that...
Oh, they're doing it again. Vladik jumping in. This time the Dream Coil will connect. Even though the Terrorize was a little bit of an overkill, but it's another core kill secured. I mean, it's a good defense. Like, one might argue they lost the Divine, but they forced out 2 buybacks. They did take down 2 cores. All of this without the Morphling. So, at the very least, it's a big statement. Don't mess with us. This game is far from over.
Yep. If they could get that Divine Rapier back, it would be massive, but guess what? Roshan already falls while the contest is still on its way and Rune Eaters.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, awkward positioning with both a Divine and an Aegis on the Klings now, because now he has both the offense and the defense that he needs to kind of go to the late game with the Morphling.
Morphling decided not to go down a second Divine path. Instead, he is looking at the option for completing a Disperser. But first up, you really need to get that extra gold for the buyback. It's a huge miracle that your team was able to defend this for 2 minutes, 2 solid minutes, even with the Divine Rapier available on the other end. So give him the credit at the very least and do the right thing.
Well, Morphling, I wonder if he's gonna save for his buyback or not. He is going for a Disperser, which is gonna be interesting. Like, it can save your ass in the team fights. It can be super much, like, it can be a lot the opposite, where it kind of just backfires big time on you.
There's a very good possibility here for Rune Eaters, if they see it, is it's only Jesu and QBFY lurking up the top lane.
Yeah, they don't have
They're a
detection.
little bit far off. I mean, at the same time, the Lynx are looking for an opportunity as they have deep vision over here as well, and they have eyes on Yawai if they choose to jump in, but now that Anku is present, it is gonna make things a little bit more difficult. Still, Yawai, oh, he doesn't see things, but he is gonna be greeted by the Skellies,
Yeah, this
which
great
are
vision
playing around
from
with his
earlier.
attention.
It has all been dewarded. Like, the moment that the side of Rune Eater lost their map, Lynx immediately went and cleared both side lanes of wards after their Klings had died so often
Bless
to
you.
them.
Wait, we got a Divine Buy on Ethereal as the Puck, who just took down Jesu, and now they're setting up for a second kill to Terrorize. Oof, it's gonna be popped a little bit too late, so they're not gonna be getting second kill number 2, but
Aegis taken
what
care of.
is this Ethereal Divine Bomb?
It makes sense. It's actually quite meta because he is going for the double Aghanims right click build now, and that is how Puck can scale as the latest late game hero in all of Dota. I'm not even joking.
I mean, we are reaching level 30s and all of those shenanigans, so we gotta think late game. He already got the Aghanim Blessing, so that's one freed up slot in his inventory. But this is interesting, and we have 4 more minutes until we get the tier 5, so woo-wee!
1 hour
Even if
game.
Yeah, even if we don't get our game 3, like, this is insane. I love this. I'm gonna be sorry if it goes for way too long, because you're gonna be doing one more serious after this.
Yeah, I'll be here. Like, I hope the last series is kind of a short one, so I can kind of, you know, go for a walk. Because here it's been raining for 2 weeks straight, and tonight's the first night where it's
Oh.
not raining.
Yeah, better make good use of it. Breathe some fresh air.
I mean, I just want to go out with my friend to the park and drink the first beer outside for this year, right? It's just a matter of principle. Even if we're out there 10 minutes, just kind of cheersing. It's the start of
Yeah.
a wonderful year of sitting in the park and
Okay, this
drinking
could be,
beer.
hold up. This could be dangerous because Yoi just revealed himself right in the middle of that smoke.
Oh, yeah, I had the perfect segue there as well. I was gonna say, like, yo,
Yeah.
I also just sitting in the park drinking beer, not expecting 4 people around the corner. But he got lucky. He got really freaking lucky.
Yeah, he's not gonna get mugged tonight. But yeah, Europeans be like, temperature 1 degree above 0. It's time to crack a cold one with the boys outside.
Yes! Yes, you get it. Thank you. Also, no, it's 8 degrees. I'll have you know it's 8 degrees Celsius right now. That means it's actually starting to become spring and I can be out.
Yeah, for me spring is above 15 degrees, so there's need to be at least, you know, sun all the time. Okay, one smoke went topside from Team Lynx, but they didn't find anybody. Meanwhile, Rune Eaters, they're pushing in across the lost lane, so they've pushed mid lane all the way back towards Radiant territory. And they're residing deep in within their jungle, but they gotta be worried, they gotta be careful, as they're building a Divine. At least there's no Aegis available on the other end, so they're biding themselves some very nice time for the buybacks to return. But at the same time, Lynx will get their buybacks as well. So it's coming back to the same situation. The only difference is the lack of buildings remaining on Rune Eater's side.
What
But
does the
one
win
round
rate
teamfight,
say?
They can compensate. Win rate?
Win rate still
Ooh,
says Lynx got
91
this.
to 9. Okay. I believe in those 9%, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, 9 seems like a very big number suddenly.
I mean, I believe in miracles. They're not that far off still. Let me just check the net worth. Okay, I had the net worth on because I had buybacks, and now I'm looking at Jesu's value. It's 50k. What the hell? I mean,
Oh,
it's the
yeah,
divine
this
switch
Lynx.
also.
He is as fat as it gets, only having expensive items. He literally cannot get stronger. It's not like Morph
Yeah.
can get that much stronger, but technically he can. So maybe that's
I
what they're
mean-
banking on here.
One thing that he can get extra out of, aside from this, is a moon shard. Then that's it.
Oh yes, he can still pick up a moon shard. Though keep in mind, moon shard does not affect the skeleton, so it's a lot less damage increase compared to other carries in that way.
Yeah, but it's still, you know, you get some attack speed on you, so if you're getting it for free, if it's an aura, it's fine.
Attack.
But let's see. Charge towards the last tier 3 is gonna be the idea for Team Lynx. Rune Eaters, they're nowhere near base, so this could be a granted opportunity. They will be forced to pop the glyph if they go down too fast, so... But they might as well let him have it. The Skellies, they're not gonna be able to fend them off that fast. That tier 3 is gonna fall.
Nope. Or maybe?
A couple of hits. He is gonna fall. It's
No
dead.
deny?
They could... No. 27 HP?
No deny! They could have denied it.
No.
I
No,
was
this
so
is not the
certain.
perfect bait. This is gonna be bait now. Now
They
we're
have
gonna
to
be
use
forcing
this
Team
bait
Lynx
now,
to
yes.
just let me throw in one hero for the right click.
Radiant are
I can right click this from here, man. Just kill it, please.
I mean, if Jesu gets that impatient, it can cost him so dearly. The other way around is kind of gonna force the lack of a deny is gonna force everybody to be around bottom lane, because otherwise you're just giving away free money and space. But Rune Eaters, they're playing 61 minutes. They're still not calling GG either. They don't want to go
Nope.
for the third game. They really want to win this one instead.
And they're a losing win probability. Now it's down to 7% after that tier 3. Almost takedown. 27 HP. I can't believe that thing is still up. What the hell? Oh boy, we're gonna be here forever.
Yeah, just one of those days. Hopefully, you know, all of the curse is out of the way and this is gonna be a really good final team fight, being worth this entire wait.
At the very least, we are gonna be seeing Yowai completing the refresher finally. He's not gonna consider buyback gold one more time as he wants to go in for Divine Rapier number 3. And the rest of the crew, they are around the outpost. They're gonna secure it. Actually, yeah. It's been a while since they've lost it, so. But yeah, Team Links are on the other side. They're scouring down the lane. They will find Anku first and instantly delete the Frog. Once again, first buyback to be forced out from Rune Eaters. There's the Supernova. Yowai keep on with the fast hitting. Hit faster! Hit faster! It's gonna be dead, but Yowai is gonna die right after. All buybacks are being forced out from Rune Eaters. In the backlines, Anku has appeared once again. Ethereal all by himself. This is the dieback on the puck. Anisan, they will find, well, everybody is dead. There's the GG.
Game 3 after all. We just spent 1.5 hours deciding whether or not that would be the case.
I mean, that last team fight brought like 30k value. That was how much they were farming, but yeah. It was an impressive effort from Rune Eaters, but Team Lynx had this one in the bag. It just had I think it had a 30-minute delay. I was a firm believer in those 9%, but Rune Eaters...
I mean, the fact that Rune Eaters lasted this long in a game supposed to last multiple hours, I think is already extremely impressive on their part.
Yep. But in the end, it kind of got slow. It picked up a very fast tempo of a lot of back and forths, but in the end, what we got was just a build-up for that final crescendo where Team Lynx, they took down Rune Eaters 10 times, basically, and it was an obvious GG. So, yeah, without any further ado, unless you have any closing remarks of your own, we might as well transition to game 3.
One thing that is worth kind of pointing out, though, is the lack of the Aghanims on the Phoenix. It punished him to the end, because you saw how the last Phoenix egg would not have popped if he had the Aghanims. And he was just so focused on playing around his teammates instead of building items for himself that he kind of ended up taking all of the unnecessary deaths and making sure that the late game went as well as it did still.
Yeah. But still, it was a worthwhile effort. Even, I mean, the focus on the egg was... it's like... And imagine if you had to go through that twice.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, 'cause even if you kill him, that's morphling for the egg. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna head to a little bit of a break as we get the third game of only the second best of 3 of the day ready for you all momentarily. Stay tuned, more Dota 2 action coming up. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite a while just for the second game of the second best of three of the day to conclude, as we're getting the final series of the day ready, or well, ready to start here, I should say. The one and only base defender is joining me for one more to determine whether Team Lynx or Rune Eaters are going to end up taking the series.
Yep, and as you can see, we already have the picks coming in. So we were talking about this Muerta on multiple occasions, and I'm really happy that she finally appeared. Given the presence of the Phoenix and the Ringmaster, there's obviously a high chance that she's gonna be rolling down into a core position, and it's a very strong hero which can evade both physical and magical damage, given her, BKB and her ultimate form. So I like this currently with the safety system that you get from the Ringmaster, the aggression you're getting from the Phoenix. Rune Eaters, they get the also favorite Largo, so this time with Tusk, Warlock, and Puck, so...
I've been waiting till we've been seeing a core Muerta. I'm a huge fan of playing it. I play it myself a lot. But I love the instant puck response. That's just such a quick instant pick where they're like, okay, we're gonna be struggling against this Muerta. May as at least have one hero who doesn't struggle pick.
Yeah, but how well can it extend as the game keeps on progressing? Because Ethereal, he had a alright game previously, but not as one might want to have as a puck, let's just say, because the Dream Coils were not necessarily used super aggressively, and I wanted to see something more from puck to set things into motion. Like, Rune Eaters, they were able to prolong that game for quite a while, but it was ultimately just, the inevitable victory of Team Lynx in disguise. So I'm not really 100% buying into the puck as a hero. Yes, as a good counter to Muerta, that would be great, but Team Lynx, now they're on a good course, so if they want to move fast, they can ultimately do that.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing with the puck. I think that's why he's been struggling so much in the last game. He didn't know whether he was playing for the early or for the late game, because once we saw puck, after 40 minutes basically, know that the game was going to be late, I think he played a lot better. Not trying to do two playstyles at once and kind of messing up because of that. Because let's be real, that happens to the best of them, right? Where you kind of get greedy, you kind of think like, oh, but I need to do this and I also need to do this. That's just what happens if it's a stressful game. But I do think that puck here, it really depends on their carry, how good of a game it's gonna have. But with a good carry synergy, someone that benefits off of the Dream Coil, like that Lifestealer who has been banned, it can definitely still be a good pick.
I was hoping to see anything but the Wind Ranger, to be fair, because aside from the puck being able to help out whichever carry is present, I wanted to see, again, with the Fatal Bonds being actively utilized, and you do have Larko, so two aura super fast benefiting heroes would have been better than the Wind Ranger. Like, TA would have been a fun option, Gyro would have been I mean, TA actually no, the Phoenix is present, so that would have been a completely mess up, but the Gyro would have been a lot more fun, or I don't know,
but Gyro loses to Muerta
if it's a power
super
shot
hard
Wind Ranger,
as well.
it could be fun. Come again?
Gyro loses to Muerta super hard as well these days.
Yeah, later on. I don't know.
Not just later
this
on,
Wind
because
Ranger
the
is
thing is,
nifty as well.
Gyro is really strong nowadays because of the Afterburner talent, where every time you hit somebody with the Rocket Barrage, you get faster. Muerta is the perfect counter for Gyrocopter, just because Gyrocopter is fast, wants to use that extra movement speed to position himself in a place for the flag cannon, and Muerta just needs to hit a dead shot. And Gyrocopter runs out of the fight, loses his movement speed as the fear ends, and then with his regular slow-ass movement, has to crawl back into the team fight. It is so cancerous. I do think Gyrocopter is strong enough of a carry that he can kind of do work, but it doesn't feel good picking a carry that can only fight Muerta once he has the BKB.
Yeah. But still, Team Lynx, I like the control that they have of this draft. Even though Rune Eaters, I don't know, I'm kind of still off put from this Wind Ranger carry. I don't know why I'm not a firm believer into a good performance, of course, until I see one. But I've been kind of underwhelmed within what I've seen so far. But overall, pretty decent composition from Rune Eaters as well. They have a good puck plays. Ember is gonna have a good laning stage against the puck for sure, but afterwards he could be quite susceptible to what she has to offer. But again, if Ethereal is, pushed on and completely deprived of any good form and experience, things could backfire for Rune Eaters very fast.
Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of like the Wind Ranger as a 1, but even as a big proponent of Wind Ranger carries, I don't think this is the best draft for it. It's not the worst draft either, it's been very popular with the puck just for that insane level of Dream Coil synergy. But I don't think Anku is the hero to keep those two alive compared to, let's say, a Centaur or a Tiny or some actual beefcake with a health pool to put in front of them.
Yeah. We shall see. Either way, this is definitely going to be the final game from the series. One team will proceed further to face off against Winter Bear. The other team is going to face off Enjoy Boys in the lower bracket. So, which one is it going to be? The answer will be, well, how much do you think this game is going to last? Is it going to be a short one? Is it going to be yet another above 1 hour game?
Well, I think it's interesting that it's the side of Rune Eaters picking the more aggressive draft. So I think Team Lynx, they're just kind of tired of being delayed. They're tired of all of these games going so long. And that's a large part of why they are running this Muerta 1. Just kind of saying, you know what, have the game go long. See how many stacks our carry can get. You'll see where it gets you.
Yeah. But also everything is, it pops off pretty fast for Team Lynx. If they get to, fast level 10s when they have, a lot of skill points poured into specific traits, especially the Ember Spirit, they're gonna be very annoying to deal with. And if they secure an early Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider, that would be even more so aggressive. So they can easily isolate Ethereal, keep him in check. UI is not that big of a, threat currently. Because especially if you bait out an early Wind Run, you can easily catch Wind Ranger. You just gotta avoid the Shackle.
Yeah. And it is gonna be Jazu playing that quick draw, of course, because on Muerta you basically always just want the maximum teamfight impact. But Yowai, he is going full greed with that Tangled, which we've been over this before, but the only reason you take Tangled is that it lets you 1v2 the lane. You can basically farm even if your support is roaming and going elsewhere. So that's kind of why they choose that facet, even if I don't like it that much.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the lower positioning Wind Ranger, it feels like the power shot option seems to be a little bit more viable. Because again, as a carry, you need that extra layer of safety, especially once your support leaves. In this scenario, he does have the Warlock side by side, which means better damage output, but aside from the Shadow Wards, it's gonna be difficult for you to keep up.
I mean, it
Down
should
bottom.
be fine for the top lane, because Yowai offers an insane amount of early game damage. So, just gotta make sure that level 3 comes in smoothly without any incidents. And Kidaro and his Wind Ranger are gonna have a pretty fine lane. Vladik knowing that though, at level 1 already harassing Yowai with everything he's got.
I mean, why not? You are indeed the Bat Rider, so it is within your job description to do that. But they do have magic wands and magic sticks already, so that might backfire at one point. Down bottom, there were some interesting shenanigans happening while Anisan was trying to pull away the wave. Cracker did a tremendous amount of damage, which is expected of a Phoenix. But we still haven't seen a single kill across either side.
I mean, even if either team wants to end this game very early, the laning stage is definitely gonna be a slow one with how little kill potential there is for either side. As for mid lane though, Ember Spirit is having 100% of a free lane. Oh.
QBFY, finally we have the first blood being drawn. And it's gonna be between Kiraro and Yoi. Even though, I mean, if I did say bad things about their defense potential, but they do have the kill potential very early on, especially once you get. I mean, the Fatal Bones weren't used, interestingly enough.
No,
But
not
he
even
just was
skilled yet.
holding.
He's holding, and I think that's the smart way to do too, because if your Wind Ranger gets ran at, you can just be like, nope, and feeble. Put everybody in
Yeah.
that poo pit.
Yeah. Still, good call. It's gonna lead to very nice consequences. Meanwhile, Cracker is doing annoying shenanigans going in for the deep dive to try to annoy Anku. Meanwhile, Anisan in the back was attempting yet another wave pull, but this time it's gonna be unsuccessful.
Yeah, Jesu, he too is very squishy in the lane. Though he just wants the laning stage to end, because Muerta, once you're level 5 or level 6, you can already farm jungle very fast and independently. Phoenix,
Cracker?
though, he's being aggressive
Yeah,
with the
he's-
dying light.
He was caught up by the little froggies earlier on, and it looked like he almost paid with his life for his insolence. Still, just for the save, they are gonna push back Tusk and Anku. Which puts both sides in a very awkward situation. One misstep and it's gonna be bad. So far, bestest of things are going in towards UI. He's definitely getting farmed up pretty fast on this Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what's expected of you with the Tangled. Because every time he shackle shots somebody, he gets a couple seconds of incredible damage.
Yep. Built-in drinking buddies.
Up to 6 seconds as well, because they've nerfed it a lot. They keep changing how it works. It's now up to 70 damage for 6 seconds, which is really not a lot, even with the Wind Ranger focus fire ticking away. But the first couple of levels, like even if they reduce it by another 10 damage or whatever, it's not gonna matter.
I steal from the slow.
I guess so. Still, the faster she gets the Maelstrom, the more likely, the faster her farm will spike, and it's gonna be a good sign. Contrast to Jesu, he is looking pretty stable, but even though he's got the Gunslinger, which might aid him, he's a tad slower and a little bit more kill dependent, so if the Cracker doesn't secure him anything, he will be forced to rotate. But I'm not really seeing any kill potential, aside from mid lane, but who would like to join?
Dire's top tower.
Well, both of these mids are approaching the level where they too can kind of start leaving their lane, start playing the other lanes as well.
Soon. Very soon. But they're eyeing out on Milljul as a nice observer ward was dropped there by Anisan. Let's see if he has the reach. Snowball right into his face. He is gonna avoid it with the Remnant. Nicely played out, but Kidoro coming in from the back lines with the Fatal Bonds. But there's the Ringmaster as well. Anisan gets punished and is dead and gone. Milljul survives that jump. Kidoro now burning with the urn. QBFY still sticking around, but he needs to retreat as it could be his life for just a failed attempt for the Warlock.
They did get one kill out of that, even if it's just a support kill. That is still much needed space being made by the side of Team Lynx, because this is the first game of the series that Team Lynx are actually favored going into the super late game and don't have to deal with that last stand that we saw last almost an hour in the last game, where QBFY.
Yeah, they could get this Ringmaster swift and easily, but it was a little bit of a misplay from Anisan as the primary target was Milljul, but they didn't get him into the shards. Instead, they were refocusing their effort topside, where Yoi is actively trying to push in. Vladik gets the first usage of the coil and not gonna go anywhere.
Focus fire with the javelin already ready means that YoY, he is definitely ahead of the curve. He is definitely able to be aggressive right freaking now, just 7 minutes into the game, as this top tier 1 will already be pushed down with Kidaro providing the ultimate.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yep, Yoi is almost 900 gold over his carry counterpart. Jess is still not able to be proactive, but they will try to contest this Wisdom Shrine where Anko is already waiting. Cracker going in for a little bit of deep dive and he will fall. Ethereal dancing around as Jesu. He managed to pop Pierce of the Veil to successfully fend off Ethereal and claims the shrine, but there are 3 now chasing him. He doesn't have the safety of the Veil, but at least he's on high ground, so he's gonna be fine.
I mean, the shrines were 50-50, it could be worse, but it is another free kill and free tempo going the side of Rune Eaters, as Rune Eaters' win rate is already starting to be affected, simply because of the fact that they've won 2 out of the 3 lanes already.
Yep, so far so good for Ruin Eaters. And they can start rotating UI around as he does have the focus fire available again. Maybe he can use this aggression to make Jesu's life a little bit more difficult.
It's Ethereal who's struggling, kind of being behind right now.
Yeah. But it was expected, you know?
Yeah, against an Ember Spirit, it's just a rough lane.
Mm-hmm. But
Still,
even so, he got out of it with 201, so it's a very, very big jump for a puck already.
yeah, that's kind of the thing. This is a very well-fed puck, and he's still 500 gold behind the Ember Spirit. But the next Dream Coil is available, so if he just gets a good 2 or 3 man Dream Coil, he will definitely
Down bottom.
overtake the Ember.
There could be a chance. That was a jump provoked by Jesu as he gets by Anisan as he gets Jesu into the snowball. They are trying to expand the duration of this Pierce the Veil as UI is trying to run back, pops the focus fire, takes down Cracker, but he's feared up and he's gonna burn by the urn. Anisan taking away. He doesn't have enough mana
He's
to pop
alive,
the teleport, but
Tranquil
it's gonna
Boots.
be enough of a distraction with Ethereal jumping in, who takes down QBFY. Just is leashed up, but they're out of damage without the Wind Ranger. They cannot do much. Anisan, he still needs to recuperate as he just needs 6 more mana to jump in.
Oh, yeah, he was
But
waiting.
Jewel finds him and takes him down. Kidoro shows up from the other side, offering used up with the Fatal Bonds. He might burn here, but it's gonna be his life for Jesus, which is a worthwhile trade-off as Ethereal is still alive, jumps back in, takes down Cracker, and it's only Metal Jewel still alive.
That Jesu kill is actually huge, because Muerta was doing way too well, and kind of giving her first death is going to keep this Wind Ranger over 1,000 ahead, and just having a super free game here.
Yeah, and it was a good fight for Ethereal as well, who is closing in slightly on the Ember Spirit, even though he's still far away from being a good farmer himself, but he's farming off of heroes, so every single encounter he takes to without dying himself, which may or may not be subject to change. However, Anisan, down the river, pops the snowball to try to fend away from Meljul, drinking buddies, close and personal to Ethereal, and it's actually a beautiful save. So it's gonna be fine. Ethereal, does he want to commit here? It's a bad call if he chooses to do so, as there's no additional damage output for them to get a return kill.
I think they just want to slow push. Kidaro, he's been stealing so much XP for his level 6, and then he has the ultimate, and now he's just kind of there as the sustain machine instead.
Ethereal is playing a very dangerous game, jumping right behind that tier 1 at the same time though. Not sure if he's provoking an attack to make sure Lynx group up to defend this mid lane, but yeah, as you said, it's a slow push. It's just to keep them occupied. But they pop Dream Coil, get a lock on Metal Jewel. The shards are not gonna connect, so it's a little bit of a lost opportunity.
Yeah, quite a lot of resources committed as well with the Dream Coil having been dropped there.
Yeah.
Then again, if you check Yoai's net worth, that paints a freaking terrifying picture.
I mean, a space created for the Scary, who is trying to take... Oh, it's gonna be a successful catch. Vladik, swift and easy takedown of this unwary farming Batbrider.
Yeah, just kind of stealing the remainder of his stacks as well. Yoai is gonna need to be stopped, because I think this game is still super doable for Lynx. Muerta is not having a terrible game, but her Maelstrom timing is significantly slower than Wind Ranger's. And then Yoai is fat on top of that. Like, actually not just rich because he's a Wind Ranger, but rich by the standards of a Wind Ranger.
Yeah. I mean, while Muerta is still digging her way up towards the Maelstrom, there's already the Mjolnir being considered, so the Hyperstone might be around the corner. Meanwhile, mid lane, Ethereal has been the main target here, but he's gonna be able to walk away. Unfortunately, he drops everything he has, and it's not gonna be enough to stay alive. Golem will be popped. Now it's Team Link's on the chase with Jesu dictating the tempo. They find Anisando in the backlines. Kidoro still not dead. Beautiful catchy lick from Anku to keep the Warlock protected, but they've already lost 2.
Lynx,
They
they
cannot
finally
keep up
get
with the
some
fight.
return kills. Amplified damage is there from the Ember. Muerta as well, really well positioned to make sure Jesu gets some of those stacks. And he will not quite get them this time around, but he will get the Maelstrom timing to kind of keep up the farming speed with the Wind Ranger, who almost got the Mjolnir upgrade done.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a value. Just who finally got a taste of the action. But they gotta keep up the pressure. Let's see what QPFY and Melojul do here.
Tower is under attack.
Are they just going in for the defense to try to use the Muerta as bait? Are they gonna go across the other side? We have yet to see. The mystery is upon us.
Well, I've done a little bit of googling meanwhile, and it does look like the main timing where we're gonna see the sight of Rune Eaters really pop off is like 10 minutes from now. Because I think they're gonna wait for all of the level 2 ultimates and the Cass Aghanim Scepter, which Cass Aghanim is gonna be there in just 2000. But you also want to make sure you have the level 2 Golem from Warlock. You want at least one level in Walrus Punch, as Ani-san can't even get that on top and instead dies.
Tower is under
I mean, definitely the Largo Scepter is gonna be the big item reveal, which is gonna... I mean, you need that for the team fight. This is why you pick that hero, to bind everything all together. Without Scepter, he can't do much, but with it, it's like 10 times better. Meanwhile, topside, QBFY alongside with Melojul will be able to take down QBFY, which leads the way towards going in for the first tier 1 tower on their end of the map. But let's see. Attempts are being made to counteract this. Ethereal jumps in. He silences up Melojul, avoids Tame the Beast. There's the Dream Coil, but it's not gonna catch Melojul. It's just Vladek who pops the lasso either way. Causes a response. Vladek keeps up with the chase.
The movement speed from Anku though.
It's great, but can they catch him is the big question. He's around
Yeah.
the trees, but oof. Nicely done. Very last second used her off the sticky lick.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yo, I
Catch
get
lick.
the
God
catch.
damn it! I can never get over the name of that spell. Jesu down bottom actually. Oh god. Yoi going in for the chase. He does have the shackle. Oh, very nicely timed to prevent the TP from going through. It's gonna be actually a triple for him.
And a beautiful high five. He asks it from the enemy to BM, and then Anku comes in, hands him the high five just for that extra BM. Ani even tips him. I think at this point, Rune Eaters, they're just trying to get into their enemies' heads.
Bottom tower has fallen.
So you said we had to wait 10 more minutes? I think we got it a little bit sooner than we anticipated.
I mean, the Aghanim still isn't there. The team fight still isn't good for Rune Eaters. Rune Eaters, that's why they go 3 versus 1, right? Like, if you wait another 5 minutes, you're gonna see them incredibly strong. And that's something that Link's gotta be terrified of right now, which they probably are.
Yep. Yoi is now closing in on the Manta. He's 3k above the Muerta, which is absolutely insane. Let's see, we might have an encounter down mid lane. Anisan, he is dancing around, and it's a very dangerous position for him as he is right under Observer drinking buddies. Tries to take Kidoro away, who drops a chaotic offering, but they have a lock onto both. Beautiful snowball save, but Kidoro is not gonna live to see another day. Enough time had been bought for the remainder of Rune Eaters to show up. Chaotic offering leading up the way. Yoi closing in front behind. They will take down the golem, but Anku, oh my god, that's a very deep dive from the frog. It's not gonna be a good fight for Rune Eaters.
Jesu, actually,
Hello?
though, I have
Mel,
to
Jill,
criticize
Yoi?
him there.
Actually, that's a nice kill over there. A streak is gonna go towards the Wind Ranger. Are they willing to fight more here? Oh, the illusion bait.
I mean, they just kind of have to stay in this area. You cannot give away an early Roshan. And between a Bat Rider and a Muerta, Roshan falls incredibly fast. So I have to criticize Jesu there, because this is the second time this game where I see him hold onto the ultimate too long, instead of just press it for the stacks this.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ethereal going in for the final tier 1 push. So, it's a good team fight after all, let's just say. Even though they suffered a little bit of an extra consequences. But yeah, they prevented any further Roche sieges. They're making Jess's life very difficult. But it's a choice in the moment. Like, if you pop Pierce the Veil, that means you want to fight. It could put you in an awkward position.
Speaking of awkward positions, Tusk gets caught and bam, with a well-aimed dead shot will be taken down.
I mean, it's just the support. It's fine. They're gonna take this tower either way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tier 1 gets destroyed.
Radiant's middle tower
It's the first one actually for Team Lynx.
Dire are scanning.
But it does pave way towards that upper portion of the map where UI is currently farming. But he might be forced to go walk down the mid lane as Cracker and Mellow Jewel. They're eyeing on a potential jump onto Kitaro, and they will commit Drinking Buddies to keep Kitaro away. Snowball into the neutrals. Very safe execution. Meanwhile, Ethereal jumps in through. Oh my god, it's a
5
two-man
people
coil.
just
But
stacking up.
fully baited. Supernova in the backlines. Kitaro will finally die. Anisan needs to walk away from this one unless he'll die.
Oh.
UI on the high side. Oh boy, this is a very bad reveal. It's a free team fight for Team Lynx.
And finally, Jazu gets some stacks. That's
And they
4.
find Anisan as well after such a long time. It's gonna be a full team wipe here. He is just prolonging the inevitable.
Well, Rune Eaters, they were BMing, they were trying to tilt the hell out of Lynx, but now Lynx, they finally find an opportunity to bring in their Muerta. And with just one carry item, with that Mjolnir, Jazu is already strong enough to almost catch up to this Wind Ranger. And
Oh,
deliver quite a spicy
Kiro.
man fight. Oh no.
What's with this Warlock reveal? Even Ethereal jumps in.
He had
wants
ultimate.
to take QBFY so badly, but this is such a poorly timed decision.
Like, they had ultimate. If they could have just gotten the Warlock to drop the rocks, it would have been so massive. But he tried, cancelled, then got seen and couldn't try a second time as they killed him mid-animation.
But why do this when it's only the two of you alive and there? Like, the entirety of Team Lynx are there and waiting for you. You just fed them a team fight. What else? Feed them a golem as well?
I mean, look at it the other way around, right? The entire enemy team does not expect that and are currently spreading out around the mid lane. So if you get a 2-man golem, it can be huge. But yeah, at that point, it's just kind of those money signs appearing in the eyes. Because it is still very greedy, even if it succeeds.
Oh. Top side, UI scouted out by QBFY. Another save from Anisan. And that's gonna be it. I was hoping for something more here. Well, it's gonna be a Tormentor, so...
Yeah, there you
that's a
got
little bit of a
something more.
something.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of objectives still around that these teams are contesting for, because Roshan can also be very easily taken for either side for the last 5 minutes.
Let's see, Rune Eaters, they are looking for some leftover kills here, but they're gonna miss out on everybody from Team Lynx. They're
You
not gonna
get
be crossing
nothing.
across the gate. Yeah, just waste of time.
Like, even if they
Even-
even if they cross through the gate, that's still gonna be a bad team fight, and they know that. Like, they need a pick off, not a 5v5 team fight on bottom lane.
Yeah, but they did pop the Amplify rune, which feels like a misplay.
Radiant's top
And they did appear a little bit too soon for that shrine topside, so... At the very least, there's that little XP gain for the supports. But you want to get them kills, you want to keep Jesu in check. And Ethereal, he will find a jump, it's gonna be on to Vladik. But they're a little
Nice
bit
save.
short on the execution.
Yeah, it's
course,
so hard
Ringmaster.
to get these kills against the Ringmaster.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah. I love this hero so much.
I much prefer Shadow Shaman, but either one is great.
I mean, the fact that you, like, have a
Not Shadow Shaman, Shadow
disruption
Demon, I
on
mean.
steroids. Yeah, Shadow Demon. You have a disruption on steroids. So, not only that you are making your target incorporeal, they can move around, so they're not locked into one position to set them off to a bad start. Because, you know, the disruptions can always go both ways. You can either save or completely screw up your teammate.
Yeah, though the other way around, I feel like disruption with the damage amplification from Shadow Demon. Like, I'm a carry player, mind you, but as a carry player, I so much prefer the Shadow Demon, because big red numbers, right? As a carry, you want to hit hard, so if you're being matched with a support that makes you hit 20% harder, I don't think anyone is ever gonna complain about that.
Yeah, I mean, it just slightly reminded me of badly timed cold embraces by Winter Wyvern.
Yes!
Those things always tilt everybody, like... You hate that. Meanwhile, Roche Siege coming in from Rune Eaters, and it's gonna be successful, granted to UI. Topside QBFY tries to put a stop to this. They will be popping the golem and everything they have, but Jesu
Here's the
is
veil.
shooting from the high side. Kiriro will fall. Beautiful lasso onto UI. The Aegis might drop here, and that's gonna be the case. Anisan and Anku watching from the sides as the spotlight is shining up on high ground. They will be catching UI for yet another time. Melojoule keeping targets at bay. Sunray is burning targets down, and UI
it's
is
over.
gone. Anisan, the last punch for victory, but it's just gonna be a snowball towards his death. Impalement acts onto Anku. He's slowed down, but he's gonna be able to run off. But
23
damage
minutes
had
in the
been done.
game, and they have no more carry anymore. It may not be over
Nope.
for
Oh,
Ethereal,
Ethereal.
but he's still having a rough game. It's exactly the same thing as last time we saw him on the puck, right? Where he's not doing bad, but he kind of needs to do a little bit more.
yeah.
Because Wind Ranger, she's already not capable of making her own comeback. Put her in the assisted living facility. Yes, I know, top of net worth and everything, but she's
It's
only
like an
as
Alchemist
good.
game.
Yeah, exactly. She's only as good as her supports are. Except here, it's not artificial gold. The gold is real, the damage is real, but the damage is only as real as you can hold somebody down to deliver it. If you press Focus Fire on the Ember Spirit, and Ember Spirit just remnants away, that's all of your carry's damage. Go next fight.
Yeah.
And that's what they're gonna do to this Wind Ranger every time until somebody else that isn't the Wind Ranger can present Wind Ranger with like, here you go, an initiation. But instead, that's gonna be what Lynx do with Melojoule.
Yeah.
Oh hey Melojoule, you need some money. Here, have an Anisan.
Yeah. Just grab him with the lasso, and it's like, here's a free kill every single time. And this is finally a very good Bad Rider game that we're seeing. Like, even in the previous series, like, I've seen this hero fail so many times, and I have so much hope in him. Just because he's that annoying to deal with, and a good lasso, you gotta appreciate it. It makes your life so much easier. And speaking of, UI is gonna be revealing himself. Thankfully, the lasso is on
He
cooldown
pressed
for another
focus
20
fire.
seconds. But there's... Yeah, and they're also a little bit sandwiched, because from the other side, QBFY has arrived, pops through the Rod of Aegis. He gets the Wheel of Wonder, he's got UI on the spot, and they're there to burn him down. Drinking Buddies attempts for a save by Anisan, but are they gonna get him? The chase is still on. Melojoule goes in for the deep dive. Anku tries to put a stop to this, but he
Keto
is
wrote
determined.
that.
The impalement acts are not gonna connect Vladik. Beautiful shackle. Vladik will fall, but however, Kidoro will fall in the backlines. Ethereal gets caught up as well.
Not worth it. Now they put behind their puck as well. Because Wind Ranger, even if that hero is rich, you need the catch of the Dream Coil. Dream Coil is such an essential part of this draft, and it's just not working out.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't put 100% of my faith into Wind Ranger just because she feels a little bit too solo-oriented, whereas both Largo and Puck, they prefer a big team fight. They want to gain most benefits out of it. They want to set things into motion. Now, they're just actively falling back.
Yeah, and it's like I said, I like the Wind Ranger. This just doesn't feel like a good draft for her. The one synergy she had, well, two synergies. Tusk and Largo are both okay with her. But if the puck can't even Dream Coil because Ethereal is suffering too much, then that catch component that you need to kind of make her work as a hard carry just isn't working anymore.
Yeah. Maybe at the very least, if she had some sort of a split shot ability, it would have been worthwhile, but I don't know. It feels like two different drafts playing versus one concrete draft coming in from Team Lynx.
Yeah, I agree. That is pretty much the biggest issue here.
So yeah, Team Lynx now on the chase. Roche is gonna be available in quite a long time, so... It was actually Rune Eaters that took it earlier, but that was a very shortly lived Aegis. So let's see, 27 minutes in. We are 25-14 in the favor of Team Lynx currently with 9k net worth advantage. However, that advantage, it does feel like an Alchemist game with UI being so inflated. But in reality, it doesn't show for much. Meanwhile, topside, Vladik gets a solo kill onto Kidoro.
Yeah, Kidaro just burned to a crisp. He may be one of my favorite players, even though he's not officially German. He's played a lot of tournaments here. and he's kind of an honorary German as far as his group of Dota friends are concerned. But the thing is, I don't like him on Warlock. I don't like the Warlock this patch in general. Not because if he isn't, you know, doing well, then he's not strong. It's more so that if you're not doing well, you're really not doing well, right?
Yeah. And speaking of not doing well, Ethereal, second he shows himself, he is gonna be locked, but oh, beautiful blink away. Not for long.
He
Like
wastes
is gonna
the
be
wheel,
right on
but
top of
not
him.
the gank.
Yeah. I mean, they might have scared him off, but even though it's a big spell. Still, a kill's a kill, and Ethereal is actively kept in check. He's going in for... Is this a Scythe of Vice going in this early? I
Wait,
mean,
who?
what's your option? For the puck? Or am I misreading it? No, actually, it's a Nocturne.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's Lincoln Sphere. No, it's Lincoln Sphere into Parasma. He's just delaying
Okay,
the
because the-
Parasma and going for the Lincoln
Yeah.
Sphere first.
Yeah, because the Q-type items did not make any sense. And I was like, what is this? Is this a Nocturne or is this a Scythe of Vice? Like, doesn't make sense. But yeah, he's queuing up multiple items. Either way, topside UI attempts to run away, but
70
not gonna
seconds,
happen.
no Wind Ranger. Well, at least I'm only gonna be like half an hour to an hour beyond schedule at this rate, because Wind Ranger's still not a hero. And I'm not saying like, oh, it's over at 29 minutes for sure. But it's like I said, Wind Ranger cannot facilitate her own comeback.
And her own safety and her anything in between. Like, it's... I don't know, it's looking like a very difficult game. Kitaro is actively, like, at least one participant being missing is a very bad call for Rune Eaters. As they are trying to, you know, take down Jesu here, but instant response there with the Wheel of the Wonder. And Anisan is deleted on the spot. Anku is dead in the backline, so
Yeah,
they cannot commit in any way.
two fights across the map at the same time, and both of them initiated by the side of Team Lynx. Both of them won by the side of Team Lynx. This is the Team Lynx that we know and love when they're playing the aggression, when they know that they can just run people down without having to worry about dying.
Dire's middle tower
I mean, they're currently on a good run, which I think we spoke about it either behind the scenes or somewhere earlier. Season 33 they got to 3rd place, season 34 they got to 2nd place, so if they're climbing up this trend, they might be even looking for grand finals once again, at the very least.
Well, for now it's the lower bracket, so they still have a long way to go on either of these teams. But yeah, at the very least they are keeping themselves alive.
It's not lower bracket, it's upper bracket.
Oh yeah, it's upper
We're
bracket,
still
never
up-
mind.
No. Still, don't freak me out like this. Look, these are two very good teams. It would be a shame of one of them to go
Yes,
down.
it was my bad.
I got scared for a second. It's like, wait, hold up.
Yeah, I was looking season 1, my bad. Because season 1, both of them were looking really shaky, but I was confused for a second there as well. So
It's
the
okay, it
Tormentor
happens.
is gonna get taken down.
And look at the spike in the meanwhile of Jetu. Like, he climbed above Yowai with no issues whatsoever.
I
Let's see.
mean,
Now, oh, Vladek, focus fire. Yowai reveals himself. Instant Hex, drinking buddies, but this is gonna lighten things up for a very beautiful setup. Instant Golem. Ethereal wants to jump in, but he's not gonna find the right angle. Anisan gets taken down. Kitaro burning by the hands of Metal Jewel. He's still keeping up the chase. Eyes on Anku. The Frog Army. He's gonna be temporarily stunned down in the small frog swamp, but even so, they will be taking down 3 for the price of 1. QBFY is down in the backlines, but Ethereal is still within reach, and he will fall right after.
holy crap. Jesu, see, he's finally playing for those stacks. Finally activating ultimate greedily. And he has 12 stacks already. But I'm not sure if Jesu was that scared of having to use the Pierce the Veil to gain that forever scaling just before you kill somebody. Or whether he hasn't read the patch notes for his Muerta either. Because the Aghanim's shard is retroactive, but he's only been pressing ultimate for the stacks after buying the Aghanim's shard.
Oh. Yowai wanted to go in 1v1 versus
Oh.
Jesu, but
Never
he
a
had
1v1.
Never 1v1, especially when you have such jumpy heroes on the other end. Instantly, Vladek does respond alongside with Cracker.
Yeah, because even if, like you said, even if all of them are the other half of the map away, Cracker, he already got the Icarus dive into the Hex. Ember Spirit, Remnants way deep behind the backlines just to prove my point and gets himself a wicked sig.
I mean, Ember Spirit just lived up to his own old name, Imba Spirit. So, it's been a while since I've seen such a proactive Ember Spirit within these past couple of patches. Like, usually he does have a downtime around 30 minutes if he doesn't have that much of a big advantage. So, at one point he gets boring, but then once he gets jumpy again, it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, this game, I mean, making a
He
comeback
keeps
is
at
just
it.
so hard. Like, it's getting harder by the minute, and the thing is, all they can do now is hope for a 5-man smoke into at least a 4-man Dream Coil, with the Focus Fire coming out on the Ringmaster, and Wind Ranger somehow living long enough to get a second one on the Muerta. And that's after the Aegis has expired.
5-man smoke does sound ideal, but I don't think I've seen Rune Eaters being a 5-stack within the past 5 minutes. Like, there's always at least one person being dead. They got Anisan last, now they have eyes on Ethereal right after this Aegis claim. And actually, no, it's gonna be Anku dying down first, so again, it's gonna be somebody being dead and gone. As Meljul is absolutely insane here. They will be dedicating the Supernova for the Froggy, but
God, like, though, this is the second time they one-man Supernova just for a pickoff. Because as long as Wind Ranger doesn't get the pickoff kills herself to make a comeback, you can use it for one hero and it's still worthwhile.
yeah.
Ethereal in a world of hurt from the Bat Rider.
Uh-oh, down bottom Ethereal.
Yeah, Vladik,
Yeah,
he's not even
gonna
the
be
mid
burned.
laner and he kills the puck like it's nothing.
Easy game. Easy life. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Meljul is chasing Anisan and as he's chilling on top on the observer,
Nope.
but he's gonna die as an observer.
Yeah. He lived like he died as an observer, Ward.
Yeah.
I don't mean to
You
blame them
mentioned that.
either. Like, Rune Eater, it's just the draft. I even like the Wind Ranger and we both agreed this draft is not good.
No, I mean, it needs something to bind it all together because it feels like he could have played this combination either on one side or on the other one. As you said, the Largo and the Wind Ranger are a good combination, but the Puck with the Warlock are kind of off-put. Tusk might have been the binding subject here, but if he had a little bit more of a splashy, more annoying in-your-face carry to work with side by side, it would have been different. Like, I want to say I would have even accepted a Sven if they were able to carry out this game for such a long time, just because he's able to dictate the tempo and solely allow for the Dream Coils to be cast in an offensive manner.
See,
Because
for
now
me
this
it's the
is
opposite. I'm
way
blaming
too
the support
defensive.
picks. Yeah, I'm blaming the support picks for the exact same reason, where both of your supports are full on the defensive. You already have kind of a middling, well-rounded core lineup. You need two super aggressive supports here. That's why I brought up the Shadow Demon, because I think that damage amplification would be exactly what Rune Eaters are missing here, right?
Yeah. But it is what it is. Either way it goes, which in this situation it does look like it's gonna go Team Lynx's way, even though they just lost Vladik by the hands of UI. It's still not a biggie, but both of these teams, they are still well within the tournament, so either though one will go down the lower brackets, nothing is lost.
I mean, if nothing was lost, we would not be here for over 3 hours now. Even if it's
Yeah.
just for the honor, these teams are giving it their all, and it's not just for the
UI.
honor.
Oh, this could be bad. Impalement Axe connect alongside with the Searing Chase. They have eyes and they have all the damage thrown onto Yoi, who's trying to fend off for himself with the Focus Fire. But they have prevented any of that from going through. They also caught Onisan in the backlines. Actually, it's Jesu getting a solo kill around the Dire Jungle. And they do have Kitaro sided up as well. Flamebreak is not gonna connect. But he's still outside. Actually, very nice call for a TP out. Still, another set of rags could fall here.
Yeah, what I find interesting is Vladik did not go for the Aghanim shard just to push these objectives, as he
Oh.
knows his Muerta has the damage. He goes for a lasso though.
But Morta was a little bit too busy. Like, I want to hit the Rex, I want to secure the Megas. Like, who cares? They don't have Yowai, they don't have Honeysun, they're not gonna be bothering me at all.
Well, if nothing else, it should be a pretty clean Rax take at least.
Yeah, and he also got the Moonshard, which is very interesting. Like, it's quite rare that I see Moonshard being opted in so early in the game and just, you know, sticking around in your inventory. But this is a hero that has a huge benefit out of it. The faster she shoots, the, you know, the more things die right in front of her path. And
Top.
so far, defense for these final rags.
20 seconds, that's all they need.
Will they get him? Meanwhile, the creep wave has arrived. No more backdoor
10
protection
seconds,
on Ku.
Kitaro
They
dies,
have the
buys
golem.
back.
Ethereal jumps bend.
Nope.
They're gonna take both of them down. Ethereal does not have a buyback, and they already popped the golem. UI will be back among the living, but to be greeted by Megas, and they're willing to commit for a jump, but instant lasso. Second, the BKB goes through Supernova with the Sunray. Yowai tries to go in for the run. Nice Hurricane Pike use, but they have him locked in. Even though he manages to avoid everything with the Manta, they're chasing them back into the fountain. Anisan will fall for yet another time, along with the Rax. Tier 4 is under siege, and this is Jover, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's GG's. Turn it or twist it however you want. As that's going to be
Let's
both
see,
of the
one
tier
more
4s.
fight. They instantly latch on to Yowai, and there's the GG being called, finally. It is indeed a Team Link's victory.
Well, the series took ages, but it ended how it started, with an outdraft and no way to recover.
Yep. I mean, Team Link's, when they get what they want, they're just gonna rain chaos on whoever is on the other side, and with that, they have obtained a slot closer towards the grand finals. They're gonna be facing off Winter Bear in the upper bracket semifinals, which one match is gonna be settled right after this series. That is between Elixo Esports and BTC Gaming.
Yeah, it's gonna
Whereas-
be chaos.
Yeah, whereas Rune Eaters, they're gonna meet in Joy Boys in the lower bracket round 2. So yeah, any final regards? We've spoken a lot within these past, well, 6 hours and more.
Yeah, we've been here for a long while. Honestly, I just gotta cut to the break so we can get the next lobby going only half an hour late if we're lucky. Haha. Well, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, we'll be here for a while longer. Based has gotta go, so you'll be stuck with me, but I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the evening anyways. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's the final best of 3 of the day, finally kicking off almost an hour late, as that previous one was an insane back and forth. I'm hoping this last one is gonna be some clean and not too wild Dota to finish the day on, but let me be very real. Rune Eaters against Team Lynx, those two are actually balanced in terms of power level. Lixo against BTC, both of these teams are chaotic. Both of these teams win by means of kind of, you know, living in the moment and adapting to their enemy's team. Warlock picked up once again. In the last game, we've been talking about at length why we don't like the Warlock, but it's still going to get picked up and come out here, which I guess makes sense. Like, it's an okay Warlock draft. I just don't like the hero this patch.
Radiant team back.
Unless you have a full 5-man synergy with it. Brewmaster, though, a lot of good team fight for BTC. As Bitcoin Gaming, they have been keeping in the upper bracket surprisingly well.
10 seconds remaining.
Lixo,
5 seconds remaining.
they defeated Banda Perdana and then put Navi Jr. into the lower brackets as well. But I think Bitcoin, they're the strongest team that they faced yet. Which is not to say that Bitcoin Gaming are super favored over Lixo here, but I do think that, you know, Dazzle, Invoker, Warlock, it's a little bit straightforward against a team like Bitcoin Gaming, and that Brewmaster as an answer already showcases what I mean, because the moment that they see a chance to pick up that big team fight, they will do just that. Go AoE maxing where they can and kind of balance things out.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
With the Weaver and the Gyrocopter taken, that's basically all of Lixo's carries exhausted, except for the Doozer, who's gonna have a rough game against the Shadow Fiend. Because Lixo, they love the Luna, they love the Gyrocopter, they love the Weaver, they love all of those really fast farming early game kind of carries.
Seconds remaining. You may now select
Faceless Void.
Well, Faceless Void, a hero we don't see every day, but I do think with it winning 2 very important games in the Dream League, it's become more popular again, right? People are starting to put their faith not necessarily in the Void as a hero, but in that incredible late game scaling.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So, chat, who do you favor here? Because I kind of want to go with the Void, honestly. Like, I don't think Void is common enough this patch for there to be easy answers to it, right? Like, I'm not even saying Void is a good hero or a great hero or whatever. I just think people don't know how to play against him well enough anymore. And this, I don't know, this Bitcoin draft, like Bitcoin I think are going to be the stronger team. But this draft has 2 answers to the void, so those 2 heroes need to be very, very well played.
Prepare for battle.
Well, we are loaded on in. A pretty quiet, pretty methodical start here from the side of Lixo, as Eva on the Void has a lot of work cut out for him to do. While everyone on the side of Bitcoin Gaming, I think they're waiting, like both sides are now waiting for that smoke timing, but it was the side of Lixo that wanted to get more, that actually was hoping somebody walks out of position. But Caster, what does the scouter say about their power level? Well, we're about to find out, as there's a massive greedy ass 5-man smoke being committed towards this bottom lane, though 2 of them will be split off. Lumiere, he gets the smoke broken, still has Kotaro with him, but they're just gonna back off. They're gonna make it seem like everybody is back to get this rune guaranteed, and maybe even a good chance for first blood on this EVA Void. But EVA, guess what? He is nowhere near that dangerous position, but he may come for the rune. Dun dun dun.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, more pausing, because apparently having free time while being a Dota caster is just impossible. Imagine having a whole hour of free time a day. Haha. What are you? Unemployed? Well, the unpause is coming out after a lot of trash talk, a lot of salty voice lines. Well, EVA has been found by the Jakiro, but he is gonna be fine not having distributed the first skill point yet and making sure that he can safely get in the tower first. 3-man kill attempt onto Kotaro as well. Kaneki immediately starting by bullying the Shadow Fiend a freaking ton with that built-in armor reduction. It's not that much for a high armor, high agility hero like Shadow Fiend, but because of his low health pool, the Dazzle burst damage early on still really hurts. Though it's looking like it's a core Dazzle, support Tiny. That's interesting as well. I do like position 3 Dazzle. I think Dazzle can be really greedy if you want him to. Prada doing his best to zone out the Tiny, but it's just a trade of the regens. Whereas over on mid lane, Void Spirit, not bad against the Invoker. He should outlast the Invoker by like 20%. Though Lumiere, he has so much work to do once he hits level 6. Really needs to go ganking a lot very, very early, which isn't going to be so easy given the nature of his ultimate, right? Kaneki kills off the Shadow Fiend, and with the Tiny there, they're gonna make it a follow-up onto Prada as well. 2-for-0 to start things off with, for the side of Lixo, giving Bitcoin Gaming a run for their crypto already, I guess. Haha. See what I did there, chat? As for SF dying the first time is so rough because it's gonna set his soul timing back and it's gonna make last hitting harder for him against this Dazzle, who, as you can see, can constantly harass him, can constantly ruin his last hit. Though he will have the flash farm, right? Once he goes into the jungle, triple race is gonna enable the Shadow Fiend to farm super duper fast. Over on bottom lane, Faceless Void still very much enjoying all of the breathing room that Garbetly is buying him on that Warlock, as they will get themselves that Lotus. Meanwhile, the other Lotus is gonna go to the Shadow Fiend, and there's not much in the way of trades happening just yet. Lumiere already 6 last hits, 5 last hits ahead of the Invoker. Ray X not too far behind in terms of XP though. He knows that the level 6 timing is the most important part for any mid laner ever. As that's going to be Eva, jumped on again on that Faceless Void, and a very juicy kill if they can indeed get it, that is.
Dire's courier has been killed.
EVA gets himself away, does not want to die yet. Faced with the pressure in the lane now that a couple of levels are coming out, you can really notice the difference a few more points of ability damage can make for this Faceless Void. As EVA has to play very carefully, realizing that he will back off before trying to kill off Ryu. Ryu still running from the little golems. Has a Fairy Fire. Okay, he's fine. Faceless Void though, getting healed up by the Warlock is also gonna be just alright. Does not have to worry about any more burst damage coming on out. In comes the go onto the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend tossed out of position. Makes sure to walk out through the cogs though and tries to turn it around onto Kaneki. Shadow Fiend will get killed off once again, giving away all of those souls. Dazzle will get one more return kill set up onto Prada. Will proudly die for that as MJZ takes him down. Axe with the Tranquil Boots, just kind of waiting around for a Lotus, decides that maybe this is some dangerous positioning. And disassembles the Tranks just so they can't be broken. Tiny not able to get the Lotus, but in comes Dazzle with a last second save for support, as even against 3 people, it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. And Kaneki, he needs to go down. Bitcoin, they will kill the Dazzle. Will their Clockwork live? No, he will not. Thanks to Garbetly coming in as well on the Warlock, making his life even harder. SF, you need this kill. And no, Fairy Fire. Warlock running, kiting the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend will get tossed back onto the Warlock. Warlock is gonna die for that, but if they can get... Oh, so close. The Sunstrike off the mark. And I think SF should be fine here. If he plays this well, he can even kill the Tiny. X needs to be very careful. Ooh. Everything's fine, but I think you see what I mean with Bitcoin still being a very terrifying team as long as they can kind of pick and choose their engagements.
Scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, mid lane is getting pushed in. Over on top, we see Lumiere go for a jump on the Tiny. Tiny still alive thanks to Prada being really low, and one of them has got to fall, right? No way they both live, but they do! Tiny also lives, so no kill from that engagement. But once again, perfect disengage from the sides of Bitcoin.
Dire's structures are fortified.
MJZ goes down. Well, MJZ is dying, though. A return kill on the mid lane for the side of Bitcoin Gaming as they take down
Middle tower
a quick and easy kill for themselves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
As Ryu caught over on the bottom lane, Brewmaster. No primal split means he needs to be careful. Much needed space for the faces fight. I'm gonna switch over to gold net worth, because
Are scanning.
guess what? The currently richest hero on the map is unexpectedly Kaneki on the super high value Dazzle as a lucky bash comes through and MJZ goes down. The later this game goes, the more the faces fight is gonna be favored, and the win rate is reflecting that right now. Already a 70% lead, just because of how good the Chronosphere is going into the late game.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Void, farming up, is about to lose the space that this bottom tier 1 is giving him to farm with. Lumiere even comes in on the Void Spirit just to deliver that terrifying teamfight presence, as now everybody is gonna hit away at the tier 1 tower, try to keep this faceless Void from farming in any way possible.
Falling. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Over on top, toss back onto Prada, one nice kill for the side of Lixo, as they are gonna pay with this very, very rich Dazzle, dying for almost 500 net worth. As ladies and gentlemen, the gold lead, it is slowly favoring Bitcoin, as they are placing some clever investments, but this late game timing of the faces fight with the Battle Fury will remain a threat. still, yet another super calm, super methodical game. I really hope that we're not gonna be here for like an hour or more. Because with the Faceless Void, let me just tell you that the Faceless Void would not mind, right?
Dire are scanning.
And I got a cat yelling at me, "Meow, meow, meow, no, my work is not over yet. You should not annoy me when my work is not over. Complaining will not make my work over earlier." She knows I'm not, she knows I'm not able to play with her when I work. She does not know that I can't just quit working whenever I want to, and screaming at me will, you know, cause me to give my cat attention. Tiny left holding top solo, so Dazzle can flash farm even more, the richest hero on the map already with the Aghanim Scepter coming out. Well, another pause, as ladies and gentlemen, it is looking like it's gonna be a long one for our last series. A bunch of squiggling and drawing on the map while we wait for Kotaro to reconnect to the game, hopefully shortly.
Are you ready to rumble?
Well, still waiting and hanging out, I guess. Go when ready has been called by Ray X.
Thanks, Arcane power.
Radiant are
EVA gets caught, gets astral stepped, and then Ryu hits the pause once again. Very awkward pause timing for the Brewmaster. X gives the question mark. Lag, bro, chill, he says. Well, more waiting. I really hope that this is the only lag issues we're gonna have at least, cause Dota has been rough enough as of late. Well, my little cat wants an attention. Listen, cat, it's a pause. That does not mean I'm done working. Do you understand? Don't smile at me all retarded. You don't understand. My cat is like, yes, Dad got his hands free. That means love the rest of the evening for me. That's not how it works. That is not how it works, you little bastard. Rock'em sock'em. Well, at some point admin will come and butt in telling people, oh, you don't have much pause time remaining. And honestly, I think that's a good thing. Oh, okay, there's the go when ready. Yeah, everybody is very impatient on the side of Lixo, because keep in mind, Lixo, they did specifically ask for not too much delays to happen, and then they're playing an hour after they were scheduled to. Oh, for crying out loud. This is my life now. This is my life now. We're gonna be paused all day and all night, and now my cat annoys me some more because she's like, oh, but why are you looking at Dota? You cannot look at Dota. You're already done working. Ree. Because, of course, cats know how everything works perfectly. And I have recaptured the kitten. Now I'm gonna hold her in air jail long enough until she talks to you guys. If you're a cat, you gotta annoy your owner 24/7, but mostly while they're at work. I'm kinda surprised that we're not out of pause time just yet. Still waiting. More importantly, Faceless Void also still in that super awkward situation. Oh, hopefully it's gonna be a full reset, actually fixing all of his issues or whatever. Well, chat. Not exactly the most fun of setups here. Well, the go when ready has come out as Eva uses the Chronosphere defensively, having gained some extra time to do so from that pause. Out comes the Remnant though, and that's all of your resources done just for you to still die. Bitcoin. Well, their own lag, their own pause timing really screwed them over there. They are able to take care of the Faceless Void with how long they were already roaming on in.
Is under attack.
Shadow Fiend, he wants to start the Roshan. Lixo, though, do their best to disengage from there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mid tier 1 dead, rotation in over towards the bottom lane, trying to get EVA.
Other options are mere illusion.
Three-man smoke now from the side of Lixo, looking to take over some parts of the map, as they are bleeding objectives, and Void doesn't have as much farming space as he would want to. The Faceless Void, I mean, not the Void Spirit. His Battle Fury is finally coming in, but it's almost 16 minutes, so compared to him free farming like he was the early game, it's still gonna be significantly delayed, though EVA should be farming pretty well right now to kind of make up for it, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Because currently he's at the very bottom of the course, and well, with the Battle Fury he's definitely gonna be able to outfarm Lumiere and Ryu. Faceless Void definitely still has a lot of baggage from the early game that he kind of needs to deal with before he can start becoming that incredibly powerful, super potent Dream League ultra late game carry that everybody thinks he can become after seeing it at the Dream League.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No catch, everybody kind of backing off, retreating to their own half of the map on the side of Lixo. Though they were thinking about getting a kill over on top lane until they saw that there was at least 2 cores there. Once you realize, oh crap, it's Lumiere and he's brought reinforcements, you do not want to initiate a team fight. Ryu together with MGZ wants to go for a kill. Ooh, Sunstrike off the mark means Kotaro has to run for his life, will hide behind the rest of his teammates as Prada. He's gonna be the one forced to deal with the Faceless Void and he is gonna go down. Bitcoin Gaming will take the top tier 1 down to at least get something out of that. Tiny comes in though, Avalanche toss, looking for a kill while Kotaro waits for the ultimate Requiem with the Sunstrike. Even with the Faceless Fight being feared out of his own ultimate, they're still gonna get Ryu, but Eva now in a world of hurt getting Void Spirit on. However, Void Spirit not there to guard his Shadow Fiend, will leave his Shadow Fiend to die as MJZ on the Jakiro, running for his life, but not for long as Invoker makes absolutely sure he dies. Triple kill for Ray X, finally starting to deliver, and Faceless Void somehow still alive. He got his ultimate ruined pretty hard by the Fear there, but even with a super well positioned Fear, it's not gonna be good enough here. Like so. Well, they cannot show their faces, Void. They are making sure to at least put pressure on the lanes they can, shoving out this top lane, trying to find themselves an opening to go for a bunch of kills where possible. Garbetly on the Warlock, hiding around the Tormentor area. If he gets a Fatal Bond... Oh no, they see him. They saw him. Ah, that's a shame. It's such a funny play that he wanted to set up there, but he gets found. Will have the ward that he plays there dewarded, and for a moment they hesitate because Bitcoin Gaming know full well that by taking this Tormentor, the enemy is gonna be aware of what's going on.
Radiant are scanning.
Jakiro though, very happy with that space that he got for himself. Faceless Void, this close to the Manta Stell, is gonna have himself a very good answer to all of those debuffs. Potentially life-saving item and a buff to his damage output, all in one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Massive smoke, but yet another pause. Ugh. Yeah, chat, I'm just freaking done. Today has been some very good, some not so good Dota, but one thing has been continuing. There have just been so many pauses. Chat is proposing a new rule on how to deal with it, but I think it's like the Valve should be made to pay. That's kind of the thing, because the players can't really, fix it anyways when there's server-sided lag. Unpause is there. Still a massive 4-man smoke from the side of Bitcoin Gaming, who are trying to take over this game, not really succeeding. Shadow Fiend can't quite solo Roshan, but Dazzle will be caught, and Dazzle, one of the richest heroes, well, was one of the richest heroes still. So definitely worth a lot of gold as he dies. JZ runs in, gives vision onto EVA, will force step himself away, leaving the Void just slightly out of position though. Faceless Void, do they have the damage to burst him down? Not quite without a good Shadow Fiend ultimate, and realizing that everybody on Bitcoin Gaming is gonna back off. Back to farming. Everybody goes. Okay, alright.
Vanished, but not gone.
As in comes another initiation, where Faceless Void, silenced up, not able to get the Chronosphere done until everybody is already spread out. Lumiere, he's queuing up an Aghanim Scepter as well, so more silences for this Faceless Void. He does have a Manta style, so in theory he can Manta into teamfight.
Radiant are scanning.
As out comes another initiation, this time around MGZ, once again the first catch, but the fight is a lot better for the Radiant. And even with that buyback, even with the Shadow Fiend ultimate, Eva may still be able to turn it around, but with the Dazzle Dead, that is their main save gone, and the Invoker Meatball not connecting onto anyone. Though Prada is going to die for that, it would appear like, and Faceless Void catches up. One more bash, that Clockwork. Ray X though cannot withstand the Shadow Fiend's damage output either. Void Spirit still comes in, Clockwork buying back, trying to make Bitcoin come back right here, right now, knowing full well there is no Chronosphere available. They will be able to get the Warlock for sure with how much they're committing. I'm just not sure if the Warlock is fully worth it. With the Roshan though, barely. Not a great fight, but good enough to make a dent in that insane win rate, favoring Lixo already with their Faceless Void kind of coming online. Roche still goes down in favor of Bitcoin Gaming, though they did sacrifice Prada for that with that hook shot up on the high ground. They're now gonna sit onto X. MJZ dies for that, though Shadow Fiend still trying to hunt, and they do still have the Primal Split, which will immediately be pressed. Dazzle that. Ray X trying to defend his teammates needs to be very careful though, because Kotaro with a second life. Damage output was never his issue, it was having to go back and not die. Alleviating that issue means for another 4.5 minutes, he is gonna be the scariest force in every single team fight, and even the win rate should kind of reflect that. Because going into the late game, Faceless Void is always gonna win the game. But Shadow Fiend's goal is still very much for there not to ever be a late game.
Void infusion.
And another. Oh, are you freaking kidding me? Like, at this point, I'm genuinely pissed. We have been paused for about as long as the game has been going on. If this is another long pause, and 2 people have to disconnect. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to sleep tonight. I'm gonna sleep less than I'm supposed to, wake up, and immediately go back to casting Dota. God, I hate this patch. I'm not sure what caused, like, it was a few bug fixes, it was a few balance things, right?
Nakakatakot ka naman, Diyos ko po!
2 minutes of pause time left. At least admin is getting impatient. Thank Christ. Because, yeah, I don't mind if it's good Dota. I will sit here for an hour and keep talking to myself while we wait out a pause. Like, sometimes these really long pauses are worth it, especially if there's actual technical issues that sometimes happen that you can't really do anything about, right? You know what I'm talking about. Here, however, that's not gonna be the case. Like, even if it's a good game, we've already exceeded the amount of pause time that there can be in a good game for it to be worth it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stuck here looking at the pause screen, but admin asks, like, hey, Lick, so are you cool with pausing any longer? And MJZ immediately says, sorry, no, XD, no. So, any more disconnects, any more lags, we're gonna keep playing, ladies and gentlemen. It makes sense too. Lixo, they're just like me, right? They love good Dota, they want quality, but if you know you're not gonna have that quality, then sitting here for unnecessarily long just becomes frustrating. Because right now, it's still very exciting whether or not this Faceless Void comes online, and it can be a very, very good game. But Shadow Fiend against Faceless Void, it's too clean cut of a matchup for it to really ever be that exciting, and I think they just want to go next, whether they win this one or lose this one. Because both teams kind of have mediocre drafts, right? Both teams were winning the draft at a certain point and then counterpicked each other while also getting the heroes they want. So now they're both in a position where... I mean, take Void for example. A great example is the Faceless Void. He has the Brewmaster, and the Void Spirit, and the Jakiro. That's 3 people that you kill for free. That's 3 people that Chronosphere hard counters. The other 2 people, though, hard counter you. And it feels like that for both sides, right? Because I can say the same thing. Look at me do the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend, you are such a hard counter to the Warlock. You can literally just hit the Warlock Golem like it's nothing. You counter Tiny super hard as well. But guess what? The moment there's a single Shallow Grave, all of that tempo is going to waste as Shadow Fiend killed off the first time for free with a perfect Chronosphere Meteor plus Deafening Blast combo. There is that Shallow Grave now coming in. Just like I said, absolutely ruining any chance of a follow-up for Shadow Fiend. He's just gonna be hitting the tower and slowing down, retreating again. Lumiere, once the Wisdom, will have to concede it to the Invoker, and trying to get out Lumiere gets himself caught. A nice Remnant the one way and escape the other, while Shadow Fiend gets a return kill on X on that Tiny. Bitcoin Gaming, they cannot lose tempo again. A Chronosphere like that one on the mid lane is not that big of a deal as long as they're still the ones able to push, as long as they're still the ones with the good vision, running under the towers. As out comes an Eul's, out comes the catch with the hacks from the Aghanim Shard, but up onto the high ground, Lumiere goes, Lumiere trying to get them to chase it, they fall for it, but... While that was supposed to be a bait, I don't think they expected Faceless Void to kill the Clockwork that fast. Because Shadow Fiend, he wanted to ulti there. The idea was 4-staff Shadow Fiend in while pressing the ultimate. And the Clockwork Cox just didn't last long enough for that play to work out. Faceless Void looking to go for a rotation to start claiming that Tormentor or a kill to enable it. It's probably gonna be the kill as they're roaming onto Ryu. Oof. Now he has the ultimate. That was the seconds that he still needed on the ultimate. Exactly the last 10 seconds before he dies. So rough. Void Spirit still caught out in the top lane. Ray X kills off Lumiere.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top still being held out really well though. MJZ goes down as well. Kotaro. He's wasting all that time trying to bait, looking for that carry to show himself, while Eva is just like, nope, I'm over on the mid lane, goodbye Lumiere.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, it looks like at the very least the pauses are kind of on both sides, which is not that much better. Still waiting, still hoping we're gonna get ourselves a bit of good action. At some point they too are gonna run out of reserve time though. And that's gonna be extra funny if we're gonna see like a 4v4 come through or whatever. For now though, still waiting, making our evening just a little bit more boring. Keep in mind, this series, it's supposed to end in 15 minutes from now in case of a 2-0. Ah, how often do you have a game in a Dota tournament that's paused longer than the actual gameplay lasts? I'm kinda, well, not necessarily surprised, but I do think it's noteworthy that no more trash talk, no more voice lines are coming out. Well, give it like 3 minutes and then admin is gonna speak up.
Rock'em Socko, my apologies.
A lot of voice lines coming out. 5 minutes. 5 minutes till the unpause. Well, the threat from the admin is taken seriously. We are back in again. Faceless White still holding onto a haste rune, while his team wants to continue going on the Shadow Fiend. They do not care for the pause. Resume exactly where they left off before the pause. Though Shadow Fiend will get a beautiful BKB press out. That is a core dazzle. Not there to heal people, but there to deliver damage. He will still heal up the Faceless Void, so Faceless Void can hit the tower, as that's both of the essential cores going down from the side of Bitcoin Gaming. Bitcoin Gaming, they still have the primal split, but it is gonna be the tower going down. I do think it's funny that MGZ confirms they are not boot camping in Europe or playing with reduced ping. Everybody from Bitcoin, they are playing basically with Asian ping in Europe. Because technically they are a European team, but they're all located in Asia as one does. No chrono means no push for the side of Lixo, but in 40 seconds that's gonna change, and in 45 seconds the Roshan is even gonna be up. O, какое же это mięso. I'm learning. At this point Dota is gonna teach me how to speak fluent Cyrillic. As Roshan. It will be scouted out, respawning by the tiny Lixo. They got the information they wanted. They're immediately gonna smoke up. They do have a Chronosphere available. And rather than go for a team fight first, they will just put these resources towards the Roshan. Out comes the Rocket Flare though. And a fight is gonna be forced after all. Faces Void silenced up. Does have the Manta Style as an answer, and the BKB as answer number 2. Rod of Atos into the meatball, and that's gotta be the first kill onto Prada for the side of Faceless Void. Faceless Void still caught as BKB gets pressed. Chronosphere after giving the Jakiro enough time to escape, but not the Shadow Fiend. 1 kill, 2 kills. With the Alacrity Faceless Void hitting so hard. Brewmaster presses the primal split, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting to think game number 1 is gonna be over in just a matter of minutes here. Because this Faceless Void, there's no more stopping him. He's killed Shadow Fiend 3 times in a row. If Shadow Fiend dies 3 times in a row, how do you man fight the Faceless Void? 8-5 against 10-1, and Faceless is the better late gamer. Faceless is the counter pick to SF, not the other way around. Well, as for the Invoker, he's just gonna start split pushing out the top lane as best he can. Make sure these tier 2s are not long for this world while the rest of his team still wants to go for that Roshan. They just have to switch sides as Roshan went ahead and moved into his summer house.
Years of my life.
Roshan still taking quite a beating from the Faceless Void.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Roche will go down the hookshot, slightly mistimed. At least Clockwork almost got to run out, but almost is not gonna be enough against the Faceless Void, who's already online. Jakiro gets tossed back as Invoker, going to work on the tier 3 tower. If you go for that Meteor Hammer, a lot of people build it nowadays because it's a good farm item, but the main reason why Meteor Hammer is good is this insane level of tower push.
Tower is under attack.
Chronosphere almost ready again, Alacrity, so Faceless Void can push even harder. The first lane of Rex is definitely guaranteed to fall. With that Chronosphere it could be more. In comes the toss back onto the Faceless Void, and with a few more right clicks, Ryu! He gets lucky! He gets so lucky with the Void Bashes. He can ultimate, walk back into the fountain. That was the Primal Split used though. But it's not like the alternative of losing your Brewmasters any better, as Prada gets tossed back and he's just dead to this incredibly fat Ray X Invoker. Ryu runs up the high ground, gets himself back.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's courier is under
Void Spirit goes down as well, and they do have the buybacks, but I think it's gonna be GG regardless, because they don't dare to buyback, not because it won't do anything, but because this Chronosphere is what determines the ending of the game. And the Chronosphere, it is ready. The tier 4s are already melting to Invoker. It is gonna be the Mega Creeps, and Invoker, he wants to deliver the punishment. I told you guys, when Shadow Fiend was pushing and was like hitting tier 3s, hey guys, this game is gonna end the moment Shadow Fiend loses his tempo, and then he got Chronosphered 2 times in a row. Perfectly, basically, as the GG comes out, and Shadow Fiend, he gives an ultimate for good measure, but it's really just for decoration at this point. As the GG already came out, and Lixo take game number 1 of the final series of the evening. As ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that game number 2 is gonna have slightly more interesting drafts, because don't get me wrong, Shadow Fiend had a huge chance to win this one. So, yeah, with that, I do think that at the end of the day, it's all dependent on the drafts. And this draft was really one-sided. We can even look at the graphs, so you can see that Bitcoin Gaming, they were favored until 8 minutes. And at 8 minutes, Shadow Fiend had already taken 2 deaths and had to leave the lane. So if your Shadow Fiend doesn't even have 10 minutes of farming space, the win rate is gonna start kind of drifting off. And there was this kind of chance of a comeback once again, kind of here, around this timing. But one Chronosphere, one catch on the Shadow Fiend, and you lose the game. And they knew it. That's why they played super carefully in this last kind of long stretch of the game. But it ended up being a Lixo 1-0, as I'm starting to like their drafting a lot. It still feels super chaotic, like they don't really have their own playstyle. But the amount of different kind of heroes that I've seen Lixo pick up so far is definitely very impressive. They are definitely an extremely versatile team from what I've seen so far. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head to a little bit of a break, as hopefully there's not gonna be any pauses at all, not a single one for the next game, and maybe even a third game, depending on how exciting things get. I'll see you all after the break to find out. Hope you're enjoying the show.